Hey there folks, welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while, and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the ancient days before the shadow had learned to creep across the fair lands of Middle-earth, before the Dark Lord had risen in his terrible might and stretched forth his hand to claim dominion over all living things, there existed a friendship as old as the mountains themselves. It was a bond forged not in the fires of war alone, though war would test it time and again, but in the quiet understanding between two kindred spirits who served the same sacred purpose. This is the tale of Gandalf the Grey, later called the White, and of Gwaihir the Windlord, mightiest of the great eagles, whose wings cast shadows over kingdoms and whose cry could be heard from the peaks of the misty mountains to the shores of the sundering seas. The great eagles were not as other birds of Middle-earth, no more than the wizards were as other wanderers upon its roads. They were children of Manwë himself, the lord of the Valar and king of the airs, fashioned in the uttermost west to be his eyes and messengers across the wide world. Their ancestor, mighty Thorondor, had been the greatest of all winged creatures ever to grace the skies of Arda, with a wingspan said to measure 30 fathoms from tip to tip. It was Thorondor who had scarred the face of Morgoth himself in the dark days of the First Age, and it was from his noble lineage that Gwaihir descended, carrying in his blood the ancient fire of those who had witnessed the light of the two trees before their destruction. Gwaihir, whose name in the tongue of the Elves meant Windlord, came into his power during the waning years of the Second Age, when the last alliance of elves and men marched against Sauron and broke his strength upon the slopes of Orodruin. Though the eagles played no great part in that final battle, Gwaihir watched from the heights of the misty mountains, his keen eyes perceiving the fall of kingdoms and the making of new ones. He saw the ring cut from the Dark Lord's hand and watched as it passed into the keeping of Isildur, though even his far sight could not penetrate the shadows that would follow that fateful choice. When Gandalf first came to the shores of Middle-earth, arriving with his fellow Istari upon the grey ships from the Undying Lands, the eagles marked his coming. They recognized in him a kindred spirit, for the wizards too were servants of the Valar, sent to guide and counsel the free peoples against the growing darkness. Yet it would be many centuries before the paths of Gandalf and Gwaihir would truly intertwine, for the wizard walked long roads in those early years, learning the ways of the lands he had been sent to protect, while the Windlord kept his vigil from the high places where the air grew thin and cold. It is said that their first true meeting came about through an act of mercy that neither would ever forget. In those days, Gandalf wandered often in the wildlands north of the Shire, where the ruins of Arnor lay scattered like forgotten dreams across the hillsides. He had received word of dark things stirring in the mountains, of orcs gathering in numbers not seen since the fall of Angmar, and of a shadow that crept through the passes where once the Northern Kingdom had kept its watch. The wizard journeyed alone into those perilous heights, seeking to understand the nature of this new threat before it could spread its poison into the peaceful lands below. It was in a narrow defile between two great peaks that Gandalf found what he sought, though the finding nearly cost him his life. A band of mountain orcs, more cunning and cruel than their lowland cousins, had laid an ambush in that lonely place. They fell upon the wizard with terrible fury, their black arrows whistling through the mountain air like the screams of the damned. Gandalf's staff blazed with white fire, and many of the creatures fell before his power, but they were too many, and the wizard was far from any aid. He fought with all the strength that was in him, calling upon arts both ancient and terrible. The very stones beneath his feet answered his command, rising up to shield him from the rain of arrows. Lightning crackled from his fingertips, striking down orcs by the score, yet still they pressed forward, driven by a hatred that burned hotter than any flame the wizard could conjure. When at last an orc blade found its mark, slicing through his grey robes and into the flesh beneath, Gandalf stumbled and fell to one knee upon the blood-soaked ground. It was then, in that darkest moment when all hope seemed lost, that a great shadow passed over the battlefield. The orcs looked up in terror, their crude faces twisted with sudden fear, for they knew that shadow well. They had learned to dread the cry of the eagles, as their ancestors had learned to dread it in ages past, when Thorondor had hunted the servants of Morgoth across the mountains of the north. That ancient fear rose now in their Brelac hearts, and some among them turned to flee even before the Windlord descended upon them in his wrath. Gwaihir came down from the heights like a thunderbolt cast by the hand of Manwë himself. His great talons, each as long as a sword and sharper than any blade forged by mortal hands, seized the orc chieftain and bore him screaming into the sky. The creature's wails echoed off the mountainsides as the eagle rose higher and higher, until at last he released his prey to plummet to a death well earned upon the rocks far below. The remaining orcs scattered like leaves before a storm, their courage broken utterly by this manifestation of a power they could not hope to match. When Gwaihir returned to the defile, he found Gandalf struggling to rise, one hand pressed against the wound in his side while the other still gripped his staff. The wizard looked up at the great eagle, and for a long moment neither spoke. They had no need of words in that instant, for each recognised in the other a fellow servant of the light, bound by oaths and purposes that transcended the boundaries of their different natures. At last Gandalf spoke, his voice weak but his spirit unbroken. "You have my gratitude, Lord of the Winds. I had thought my journey ended here among these forsaken stones." Gwaihir folded his great wings and regarded the wizard with eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. "The eagles do not serve the dark," he replied, his voice deep and resonant as distant thunder. "We have watched you, Grey Wanderer. We know the purpose that guides your steps, and it is one we share. Let there be friendship between us, such as there was between my ancestors and the Eldar in the days of old." And so it was that the bond between Gandalf and the Great Eagles was forged, not through formal treaty or sworn oath, but through the simple recognition of shared purpose and mutual respect. From that day forward, Gwaihir and his kin kept watch over the wizard's wanderings, their sharp eyes following his progress across the face of Middle-earth. They could not always come to his aid, for even the eagles had their limits and their duties, but they knew him as a friend, and in the dark days that were to come, that friendship would be tested and proven time and again. In the years that followed their first meeting, Gandalf often journeyed to the eyries of the eagles, climbing the treacherous paths that led to their high dwellings among the peaks. There he would sit with Gwaihir beneath the stars, sharing news of the world below while the wind sang its eternal song around them. The wizard brought tidings of the growing shadow in the east, of the fortress that rose once more upon the foundations of Dol Guldur, of whispers that spoke of an ancient evil stirring in its long slumber. And Gwaihir in turn told Gandalf of things seen from the heights that no earthbound creature could perceive, of movements of armies and the secret paths by which the servants of darkness travelled. It was during one such visit that Gandalf first healed Gwaihir from a wound dealt by an archer's arrow, an act that would carry consequences neither could have foreseen. The arrow had been meant for another eagle, a younger bird who had ventured too close to the orc strongholds in the mountains. Gwaihir, ever protective of his people, had placed himself between the archer and his intended target, taking the black shaft in his breast. The wound festered with the poison that the orcs of the mountains favoured, and for 3 days and 3 nights the Windlord lay upon the stone of his eyrie, burning with fever while his life slowly ebbed away. When word reached Gandalf of Gwaihir's condition, the wizard abandoned all other concerns and made haste to the eyries with a speed that surprised even those who knew him well. He climbed through the night without rest, his staff lighting the treacherous path before him, and arrived at the Windlord's dwelling as the first pale light of dawn touched the eastern peaks. What he found there filled his heart with dread, for Gwaihir lay still upon the cold stone, his great eyes dimmed with pain and his magnificent feathers dull and lifeless. The other eagles had gathered around their lord, their voices raised in mournful cries that echoed through the mountain passes like the songs of mourning sung into the halls of the Eldar, when a great lord passes beyond the circles of the world. They parted to let Gandalf through, for they knew him and trusted him, and they watched in silence as the wizard knelt beside their fallen leader. Gandalf placed his hand upon Gwaihir's breast, feeling the faint flutter of his great heart and the terrible heat of the fever that consumed him. The The poison was of a particularly vile sort, crafted in the dark pits beneath the mountains where orcs laboured in service to their unseen master. It was designed not merely to kill but to torment, to draw out the suffering of its victim until death came as a mercy long denied. Lesser creatures would have succumbed within hours, but Gwaihir's strength and lineage had bought him time, though that time was swiftly running out. The wizard closed his eyes and reached deep within himself, calling upon powers that he seldom invoked and never spoke of openly. He was not merely a wanderer in grey robes, not merely a counsellor and guide to the free peoples of Middle-earth. He was Olorin, a Maya spirit who had walked in the gardens of Lorien in the Undying Lands before the sun and moon were made, and though his power was diminished in this mortal form, constrained by the limitations placed upon the Astari by those who had sent them, there remained within him a spark of the sacred fire that had kindled the very stars. That spark he now kindled into flame, not the destructive fire of battle but the gentle warmth of healing and restoration. Light flowed from his hands into Gwaihir's wounded breast, seeking out the tendrils of poison that had spread through the eagle's mighty frame. Where the light touched, the poison recoiled and withered, burning away like morning mist before the rising sun. It was a battle fought in silence, invisible to all who watched, yet no less fierce for its hidden nature. For hours Gandalf laboured, his face growing pale and drawn as he poured his strength into the healing. The other eagles watched in wonder as colour slowly returned to Gwaihir's feathers, as the terrible stillness gave way to the gentle rise and fall of natural breathing. When at last the wizard withdrew his hands and slumped back in exhaustion, the Windlord's eyes opened, clear and bright once more with the fierce intelligence that marked his kind. "You have given me back my life," Gwaihir said, his voice still weak but growing stronger with each passing moment. "This debt I can never fully repay." Gandalf managed a weary smile. "There are no debts between friends," he replied. "Only the joy of seeing those we care for restored to health and strength. But if you must speak of payment, then let it be this. Continue to watch over these lands as you have always done. Be the eyes that see what others cannot, the wings that carry hope where despair has taken root. That is payment enough for any service I might render." From that day forward, the bond between Gandalf and Gwaihir deepened into something that transcended mere friendship. The eagle had looked into the wizard's heart during those hours of healing, and had seen the light that burned within him, the sacred fire that connected them both to powers beyond the understanding of mortal creatures. And Gandalf, in turn, had come to understand the eagles as he never had before, their ancient nobility and their unwavering commitment to the cause of light against darkness. The years flowed onward like water in a great river, carrying with them changes both subtle and profound. The shadow in the east grew darker, and whispers began to spread of a nameless terror that had taken up residence in Dol Guldur. Gandalf's suspicions about the nature of this threat deepened with each passing season, though he could not yet prove it were what he feared most deeply. The eagles brought him reports of strange movements in the wild lands, of creatures that had not been seen for centuries emerging from their hiding places, of a darkness that seemed to pulse like a beating heart from the depths of Mirkwood. It was during this troubled time that Gandalf first conceived of the plan that would eventually lead to the quest of Erebor and the finding of the One Ring. He had long pondered the threat posed by the dragon Smaug, who lay upon his stolen hoard beneath the lonely mountain like a cancer at the heart of the northern lands. Should the enemy ever think to use that dragon as a weapon, the consequences would be catastrophic. The northern kingdoms would fall, the road to Rivendell would be cut, and the free peoples would find themselves encircled by darkness on every side. When Gandalf shared these concerns with Gwaihir during one of his visits to the Aeries, the Windlord listened in grave silence. "The dragon is indeed a great danger," Gwaihir acknowledged, his keen eyes gazing northward toward the distant peak of Erebor. "My people remember Smaug's coming, the fire that fell from the sky and the screams of the dying. We watched Dale burn and saw the dwarves driven from their home like ants from a shattered hill. But what can be done? Even the eagles cannot match the fury of a dragon in his full strength." Gandalf leaned upon his staff, his brow furrowed in thought. "I have been considering a bold stroke," he said at last. "Not a direct assault, for that would be folly indeed, but perhaps a smaller company, one that might slip past the dragon's notice and find some weakness to exploit. I have been watching a hobbit in the Shire, a most remarkable fellow despite his protests to the contrary, and there is a company of dwarves, exiles from Erebor, who burn with the desire to reclaim their homeland. Gwaihir tilted his great head, considering the wizard's words. You would send hobbits and dwarves against a dragon? It is a desperate plan, Mithrandir. These are desperate times, Gandalf replied, and sometimes it is the small and the overlooked who accomplish what the great and powerful cannot. But I would ask a boon of you, my friend. If this quest goes forward, and if those who undertake it should find themselves in mortal peril, would you and your people come to their aid? The Windlord was silent for a long moment, the wind ruffling his feathers as he considered the weight of what was being asked. You know that we cannot simply intervene in the affairs of the earthbound peoples, he said at last. We have our own duties, our own watches to keep, but I will promise you this. If you call upon us in your hour of need, if you invoke the friendship that lies between us, we will answer if it is within our power to do so. It was not the unconditional pledge that Gandalf might have hoped for, but he understood the constraints under which the Eagles operated. They were not mercenaries to be summoned at will, nor soldiers to be commanded by any earthly authority. They answered only to Manwë and to their own ancient laws, and even for a friend as dear as Gandalf, they could not simply abandon those sacred obligations. The quest for Erebor unfolded much as Gandalf had planned, though with complications and diversions that even his foresight had not anticipated. Bilbo Baggins proved himself to be everything the wizard had hoped, and more, while the company of Thorin Oakenshield demonstrated both the valour and the stubbornness for which the dwarven race was renowned. But it was in the goblin tunnels beneath the misty mountains that the true significance of the quest revealed itself, when Bilbo found a small golden ring in the darkness and slipped it into his pocket without understanding what it was. When the company emerged from the mountains, pursued by goblins and wargs, their situation seemed hopeless. They were trapped in trees, surrounded by enemies, with fire licking at the branches beneath them. It was then that Gandalf, in his desperation, sent forth his thought upon the wind, calling to those who might hear and answer. An answer they did, for Gwaihir had been watching from the heights as he had promised, and he led his eagles down from the sky in a rescue that none of the company would ever forget. The eagles descended upon the burning pines like vengeful spirits from the ancient tales, their great wings beating the air with a sound like thunder rolling across the mountains. Gwaihir himself led the charge, his eyes blazing with fierce determination as he swept down upon the slavering wargs and their goblin riders. The creatures of darkness scattered before him, their courage failing utterly in the face of this unexpected assault from the sky. They had thought their prey trapped and helpless, easy victims to be tormented at leisure, but now they found themselves the hunted rather than the hunters. One by one the eagles plucked the company from their precarious perches among the burning branches. Great talons closed gently around dwarven bodies, lifting them into the cool night air even as the flames roared beneath them. Bilbo, small and terrified, felt himself seized by an eagle who bore him away with surprising tenderness, as though carrying something infinitely precious rather than a simple hobbit from the Shire. And Gandalf, last to leave the blazing tree, looked up into the face of his old friend as Gwaihir's talons closed around his shoulders. I'd hoped our next meeting would be under more pleasant circumstances, the wizard called out over the rush of wind and the crackle of flames below. Gwaihir's laugh was like the rumble of distant avalanches. You have a talent for finding trouble, Mithrandir. It is fortunate that I was keeping watch as I promised. A few moments more and there would have been nothing left to rescue but ashes and memories. They flew through the night, the company of Thorin Oakenshield borne aloft by the lords of the sky towards safety and rest. Below them, the goblins and wargs howled their frustration at the moon, their prey snatched away by powers they could neither understand nor overcome. The eagles carried their burdens to a great rock formation known as the Carrock, setting them down gently upon its flat summit before circling once in farewell and departing into the darkness. Gandalf watched them go, his heart filled with gratitude that words could not adequately express. The eagles had saved not merely his life that night, but the lives of those upon whom the fate of Middle-earth might one day depend. Though none of them knew it yet, the small golden ring that Bilbo carried in his pocket would prove to be the most significant discovery in an age, and without the eagle's intervention, that discovery would have ended in fire and death upon a mountainside far from any help. The quest continued as quests must, carrying the company through Mirkwood's shadow and into the halls of the Elven King, through Lake Town and at last to the very doorstep of the Lonely Mountain, Smaug fell to the black arrow of Bard the Bowman. His long tyranny ended at last, but his death brought not peace but the promise of war. Armies gathered beneath the mountain, drawn by the dragon's horde like moths to flame, and it seemed that dwarf, elf, and man would spill each other's blood over gold that had brought nothing but sorrow to all who coveted it. It was then, at the darkest hour of that dark day, that the true enemy revealed itself. From the north came the armies of the goblins, vast beyond counting, their ranks blackening the slopes like a tide of shadow rising to drown the light. They had seen their chance and seized it, hoping to crush their ancient enemies while they fought amongst themselves. The battle of 5 armies had begun, and for long hours the outcome hung in terrible balance. Gandalf fought in the thick of it, his staff blazing and his sword singing as he stood beside dwarf and elf and man against the goblin horde. He saw Thorin fall, mortally wounded, and watched as Bilbo was struck down by a flying stone, his small body crumpling upon the blood-soaked field. The tide of battle turned against the Free Peoples, and it seemed that all their valour would count for nothing against the sheer weight of numbers arrayed against them. And then, as hope guttered like a candle in a storm, a cry rang out across the battlefield that made every heart leap with sudden joy. The eagles were coming, their great wings darkening the sky, their voices raised in war cries that had not been heard since the fall of Angmar. Gwaihir led them, the Windlord himself descending upon the goblin army like the wrath of the Valar made manifest. The eagles struck the goblin ranks with devastating effect, their talons rending flesh and their beaks crushing bone. They swept through the enemy formations like scythes through wheat, leaving carnage in their wake. The goblins, already wavering under the fierce resistance of the allied armies, broke and fled before this new assault. The battle that had seemed lost was won, though at a cost that would be mourned for generations to come. When the fighting ended, and the wounded were being gathered from the field, Gandalf sought out Gwaihir among the eagles, who had settled upon the slopes above the battlefield. The Windlord was wounded, a goblin spear having scored a deep gash along his flank, but his eyes were bright with the fierce satisfaction of victory. "You came," Gandalf said simply, the weight of his gratitude evident in every word. "When all seemed lost, you came." "I told you that we would answer if you called," Gwaihir replied. "Did you think I would break that promise when the need was greatest? The goblins are our enemies as much as yours, Mithrandir. Their defeat serves our purposes as well as your own." But Gandalf knew that it was more than mere strategic calculation that had brought the eagles to that battlefield. He saw the bond that had grown between their peoples, the friendship that transcended the boundaries of kind and nature. The eagles had come because they chose to come, because they recognized that the cause of the Free Peoples was their cause as well, and because the wizard who had healed their lord and walked among them as a friend had needed their help. In the years that followed the Battle of 5 Armies, the friendship between Gandalf and Gwaihir only deepened. The wizard continued his wanderings across Middle-earth, ever watchful for signs of the Shadow's return, and wherever his journeys took him, he knew that the eagles watched from above. They brought him tidings from distant lands, news of movements and events that no earthbound messenger could have delivered so swiftly, and when danger threatened, when the forces of darkness closed in around him, Gandalf knew that he was not truly alone. The Shadow did return, as Gandalf had always feared it would. The enemy revealed himself at last, throwing off the disguise of the necromancer and declaring his true identity to a world that trembled at the sound of his name. Sauron had returned to Mordor, and the Dark Tower rose once more above the plains of Gorgoroth, its eye of flame searching ceaselessly for the ring that had been lost to him so long ago. It was during this troubled time that Gandalf's old friend Saruman began to change, though the wizard did not recognize the signs until it was too late. The head of the White Council had long studied the ways of the enemy, seeking to understand his methods and anticipate his moves. But in his study, Saruman had been seduced by the very power he sought to comprehend. He looked into the Palantir of Orthanc and saw things that corrupted his purpose, turning him from a guardian of the Free Peoples into a servant of his own ambition. When Gandalf finally understood the depth of Saruman's betrayal, he rode to Isengard hoping to reason with his old colleague, to turn him back from the path of darkness before it was too late. But Saruman had gone too far down that road to turn back. He offered Gandalf a choice between joining him in imprisonment, and when the Grey Wizard refused to bend, he found himself trapped at the top of Orthanc with no hope of escape. The Tower of Isengard was a prison from which no ordinary creature could flee. Its walls were smooth and sheer, rising hundreds of feet above the ring of stone that surrounded it. Saruman's servants watched every approach, and the White Wizard himself kept vigil with arts that could detect any attempt at escape. Gandalf was truly trapped, cut off from those who needed him most at a time when every day brought the world closer to its final crisis. Yet even in his imprisonment, Gandalf was not without resources. He had walked in Middle-earth for 2,000 years, and in that time he had made many friends among the creatures who shared the land with the speaking peoples. The moths that fluttered around Orthanc's pinnacle were not servants of Saruman, and they listened when the Grey Wizard whispered his desperate plea into the night air. One among them, braver or perhaps simply more fortunate than its fellows, carried that message northward through the darkness, seeking the one who might yet answer. Gwaihir was hunting in the vales below the misty mountains when the moth found him, its tiny wings beating frantically as it delivered its burden of words. The Windlord listened to the message with growing alarm, for he understood immediately the gravity of what had occurred. Saruman's treachery was a blow that struck at the very heart of the resistance against Sauron, and Gandalf's imprisonment threatened to remove from the field the one figure who might still unite the free peoples against the coming darkness. Without hesitation, Gwaihir took wing, climbing into the night sky with powerful strokes that carried him swiftly southward. The distance from the misty mountains to Isengard was great, but the Windlord flew as he had never flown before, driven by the knowledge that every moment of delay might prove fatal to his friend and to the cause they both served. The stars wheeled overhead as he flew, and the moon cast silver light upon his wings as he raced against time itself. He reached Orthanc in the grey hour before dawn, when the world hangs suspended between darkness and light. The tower rose before him, like a black fang against the paling sky, and at its summit he could see a lone figure standing motionless against the wind. Saruman's servants had not thought to watch the sky, for who could imagine that rescue might come from such a quarter? The eagles had not been seen in Isengard for centuries, and the White Wizard had grown complacent in his perceived invincibility. Gwaihir circled once, his keen eyes scanning for any sign of danger, and then he descended upon the tower with the silence of an owl hunting in the darkness. His talons found purchase upon the stone, and he folded his great wings as he regarded the wizard who stood before him. Gandalf's face was drawn and pale, marked by the strain of his imprisonment and the weight of his concerns, but his eyes lit with fierce joy when he beheld his old friend. "I knew you would come," Gandalf said, his voice barely above a whisper lest Saruman's ears catch wind of what was occurring. "I knew that the friendship between us would not fail, even in this darkest hour." Gwaihir lowered his head, his eyes meeting the wizard's with an intensity that spoke volumes without words. "Climb upon my back, Mithrandir. We must away before the traitor realizes what is happening. I cannot carry you far, for you are heavier than you look, and my strength is not unlimited, but I can bear you beyond his reach." Gandalf did not hesitate. He climbed upon the Windlord's back, gripping the great feathers that covered his shoulders, and felt the powerful muscles bunch beneath of him as Gwaihir prepared for flight. Then they were airborne, rising from the pinnacle of Orthanc like a spirit released from bondage, the wind singing past them as they fled the scene of Gandalf's imprisonment. Behind them, a cry of rage echoed from the tower's summit. Saruman had discovered his prisoner's escape too late to prevent it, and his voice cracked with fury as he hurled curses after the fleeing pair. But his power could not reach them, for they were already beyond his grasp, carried away by wings that answered to no earthly master. Gwaihir bore Gandalf to the borders of the Shire, setting him down in a meadow not far from the home of his old friend Bilbo Baggins. The wizard slid from the eagle's back with a groan of exhaustion, his body aching from the flight and his mind already racing ahead to the tasks that awaited him. There was so much to be done, so many warnings to be given, and so little time in which to give them. "I cannot thank you enough, old friend," Gandalf said, placing his hand upon the Windlord's feathered breast. "You have given me back my freedom at a time when freedom itself hangs by the slenderest of threads." Gwaihir's response was characteristically modest. "I have repaid a portion of the debt I owe you, nothing more. But I sense that this is not the end of your troubles, Mithrandir. The shadow grows and darker days lie ahead. When next you have need of us, send word if you can. The eagles will answer." With those words, The Windlord spread his wings and rose into the morning sky, climbing until he was no more than a dark speck against the brightening heavens. Gandalf watched him go, his heart full of gratitude and his mind already turning to the challenges that lay before him. The ring had been found, hidden in the possession of a hobbit who did not understand its nature, and Sauron's servants were already searching for it. The fate of Middle-earth would be decided in the coming months, and Gandalf knew that he would need every ally he could muster if the Free Peoples were to have any hope of survival. The events that followed are well known to all who have heard the tale of the War of the Ring. Frodo Baggins inherited the ring from his uncle Bilbo and was charged with the terrible burden of carrying it to the fires of Mount Doom, there to destroy it and end Sauron's threat forever. Gandalf guided the young hobbit as far as he could, until fate and duty carried him to a confrontation that would change his very nature. In the depths of Moria, in the ancient halls of the Dwarves that had become a tomb for all who dwelt there, Gandalf faced a terror from the Elder Days. The Balrog of Morgoth rose from the abyss where it had slumbered since the fall of its Dark Master, and the wizard knew that he alone could stand against it. On the bridge of Khazad-dûm, he made his stand, his staff blazing with white fire as he barred the demon's passage. "You cannot pass," Gandalf declared, his voice ringing through the darkness like a trumpet call. "I am a servant of the secret fire, wielder of the flame of Ainur. The dark fire will not avail you, Flame of Udun. Go back to the shadow. You cannot pass." The battle that followed shook the very foundations of the mountain. Fire and shadow clashed against light and determination, and when the bridge crumbled beneath the Balrog's weight, the demon's whip caught Gandalf even as he fell, dragging him down into the abyss. The Fellowship watched in horror as their guide and protector vanished into the darkness, his final cry echoing in their ears as they fled the ruins of Moria. But death was not the end for Gandalf, as it would have been for any mortal creature. He fell through fire and water, battling the Balrog from the deepest dungeons to the highest peak, until at last he threw down his enemy and smote his ruin upon the mountainside. Yet the victory cost him everything he had been, and for a time that seemed like an eternity, his spirit wandered beyond the circles of the world, touching the very boundaries of existence itself. He was sent back, returned to Middle-earth in a form transformed and purified. Gandalf the Grey had died upon Xuraxagil, but Gandalf the White arose to take his place, his power enhanced and his purpose clarified by the trials he had endured. Yet even in his renewed form, he found himself stranded upon the mountainside, alone and naked, with no means of returning to those who needed him. It was Gwaihir who found him there, guided by a prompting that the Wind Lord could not explain but did not question. The eagle had felt a stirring in his heart, an inexplicable certainty that his old friend required aid, and he had flown to the mountains without knowing what he would find. When he saw the white figure lying upon the snow-covered peak, he did not immediately recognize the wizard he had known for so long. Gwaihir descended upon Xuraxagil with caution born of long experience, for he had seen many strange things in his centuries of flight, and knew better than to approach the unknown without care. The figure that lay upon the snow was radiant in a way that defied explanation, as though lit from within by a light that owed nothing to the pale winter sun. His hair and beard were white as the mountain's mantle, and his skin seemed almost translucent, revealing depths that no mortal flesh could possess. It was only when the Windlord drew close enough to see the face beneath that cascade of white hair that recognition dawned. The features were familiar, though changed in subtle ways that spoke of transformation rather than mere aging. This was Gandalf, yet not the Gandalf that Gwaihir had known. This was something more, something purer, as though all the dross had been burned away to reveal the true nature that had always lain beneath the grey robes and weathered countenance. "Mithrandir," the eagle breathed, his voice hushed with wonder. "Can it truly be you? We thought you lost in the darkness beneath the mountains. The halflings spoke of your fall, and all the world mourned your passing." Gandalf's eyes opened, and they held a light that made even the Windlord's ancient heart skip a beat. Those eyes had seen things beyond the boundaries of the living world, had touched the very essence of creation itself. They were the eyes of one who had died and been reborn, tempered by an experience that few in any age had ever undergone. "I have been sent back," Gandalf said, his voice stronger than Gwaihir would have expected from one who appeared so frail. "Sent back until my task is complete. But I find myself rather far from where I need to be, and somewhat lacking in appropriate attire for the journey ahead. Despite the gravity of the moment, Gwaihir found himself making a sound that might have been laughter in a creature less dignified. "You have a talent for understatement, my friend. Come, let me bear you to safety. There are those who will rejoice to learn that you yet live, and I suspect the world has great need of whatever wisdom you have brought back from beyond the circles of the sun." The Windlord carried Gandalf to Lothlorien, the golden wood where Galadriel and Celeborn held court beneath the Malorn trees. There the wizard was clothed anew in robes of white, and there he rested while his strength returned and his memories of the life he had lived before death gradually reassembled themselves. The Lady of the Wood looked upon him with eyes that understood what he had become, for she too carried within her a light from the elder days, and she recognized the transformation that had been wrought upon her old ally. During those days of recovery, Gwaihir visited often, perching in the high branches of the Malorns while Gandalf walked beneath them, his white robes gleaming against the gold and silver of the enchanted forest. They spoke of many things during those visits, of the war that was coming and the desperate hope that travelled toward Mordor in the keeping of two small hobbits. They spoke of Saruman's treachery and the armies that were gathering in the shadows, of the alliances that must be forged if the free peoples were to have any chance of survival. "The eagles cannot fight this war for you," Gwaihir said one evening as the stars began to appear through the canopy of leaves. "We are few, and the enemy's forces are beyond counting, but we will do what we can when we can. That much I can promise you." Gandalf nodded, his gaze distant as though seeing things far beyond the borders of the Golden Wood. "I would not ask you to sacrifice your people in a cause that may already be lost. The hope of the world rests now upon a knife's edge, carried by those least equipped to bear such a burden. All we can do is buy them time and trust that Providence will guide their steps." The wizard departed from Lothlorien upon Shadowfax, the lord of all horses, riding to rally the scattered forces of the west against the coming storm. Gwaihir watched him go from the heights above the forest, and then he too departed, returning to his people with news of all that had transpired. The eagles began their own preparations, but they knew that before the end they would be called upon to play their part in the great drama that was unfolding across the face of Middle-earth. The War of the Ring reached its climax at the gates of Mordor, where the army of the West made its final stand against the overwhelming might of Sauron's forces. It was a desperate gamble, a feint designed to draw the enemy's attention away from the true threat that crept ever closer to Mount Doom. Gandalf had conceived the plan, knowing that it would likely mean death for all who participated, but understanding that no sacrifice was too great if it gave Frodo and Sam the chance they needed to complete their quest. The battle before the Black Gate was a nightmare of blood and fire. The forces of Gondor and Rohan, joined by the Rangers of the North and the Sons of Elrond, fought with the courage of desperation against odds that would have broken lesser peoples. Trolls crashed through their lines, orcs swarmed like locusts, and the Nazgûl circled overhead on their fell beasts, their shrieks of triumph echoing across the desolate plain. Gandalf stood at the heart of the allied formation, his staff blazing with white fire as he rallied the defenders and struck down any enemy foolish enough to approach him. He had faced death once already and no longer feared it, but he grieved for those around him who would not see the sun rise again. The faces of friends and comrades fell before his eyes, their lives spent in service to a cause whose outcome remained uncertain until the very end. It was in that darkest moment, when all seemed lost, and the shadow of Mordor stretched forth to claim final victory, that the ring was destroyed. Mount Doom erupted in fire and fury, and the towers of Barad-dûr crumbled like sand castles before a rising tide. Sauron's power, bound for so long to the golden band that had been forged in that very mountain, was broken forever, and his spirit dissipated into the wind like smoke from an extinguished candle. But the destruction of the ring did not mean the end of danger for those who had borne it to its doom. Frodo and Sam were stranded upon a rocky outcrop in the midst of a sea of fire, with no hope of escape as the mountain tore itself apart around them. The eagles saw their plight from high above, and Gwaihir did not hesitate. He gathered his swiftest companions and plunged into the nightmare of smoke and flame, seeking the two small figures who had saved the world. The heat was terrible, worse than anything the Windlord had ever experienced. The air itself seemed to burn, scorching his feathers and searing his lungs with every breath. lesser birds would have turned back, would have fled the inferno rather than risk certain death in its embrace. But Gwaihir was no lesser bird, and the flames of Orodruin held no terror for one whose ancestors had faced the fires of Angband itself. He found them at the edge of despair, huddled together upon a spur of rock as rivers of molten stone flowed past on every side. Frodo lay unconscious, his hand maimed and his spirit exhausted by the terrible burden it carried for so long. Sam crouched beside him, faithful to the end, his eyes filled with tears as he watched the fire close in around them. When the shadow of great wings fell across them, the gardener from the Shire looked up with wonder written across his soot-stained face. The eagles bore them to safety, rising above the destruction with their precious cargo held gently in their talons. Gwaihir carried Frodo himself, feeling the lightness of the hobbit's small body and marvelling at the strength of spirit that had enabled him to carry such weight so far. Behind them, Mount Doom collapsed in upon itself, burying forever the place where the ring had been forged and destroyed. When they set the hobbits down upon the field of Cormellan, where the army of the West had gathered to celebrate their impossible victory, Gandalf was waiting for them. The wizard's face was wet with tears of joy as he beheld the two halflings who had accomplished what all the might of the world could not. He knelt beside them, taking their hands in his own, and for a long moment, no words were spoken. None were needed. Gwaihir settled beside them, his great wings folded, and his keen eyes soft with an emotion the eagles rarely displayed. The Windlord had lived for centuries and would live for centuries more, but he knew that this moment would remain with him until the ending of the world. He had played his part in the salvation of Middle-earth, and the debt that had lain between him and Gandalf was at last fully repaid. In the days that followed the fall of Sauron, when the shadow had lifted at last and the peoples of Middle-earth began the long work of rebuilding what had been destroyed, Gandalf found himself drawn once more to the high places where the eagles made their homes. The war was won, but the wizard's heart was heavy with the knowledge that his time in Middle-earth was drawing to a close. The task for which he had been sent was complete, and soon he would be called to return to the undying lands from whence he had come so long ago. He climbed the familiar paths to Gwaihir's eyrie one final time, his white robes trailing behind him as he ascended through the thin mountain air. The world below seemed smaller somehow, diminished by the removal of the shadow that had dominated it for so long. Villages that had cowered in fear now bustled with renewed life, and roads that had been abandoned to bandits and worse things were once again safe for travellers. It was a good world, Gandalf reflected, a world worth all the sacrifice that had been required to save it. Gwaihir was waiting for him at the summit, as though the Wind Lord had known of his coming before the wizard himself had decided to make the journey. The great eagle sat upon his favourite perch, a rocky outcrop that commanded a view of the entire northern reaches of Middle-earth. His feathers gleamed in the afternoon sunlight, and his eyes held a depth of wisdom that came only with great age and greater experience. "You are leaving," Gwaihir said. It was not a question. Gandalf settled himself upon a nearby stone, his staff resting across his knees. "The summons has come, my work here is finished, and I am called to return across the sea. The grey havens await, and a ship that will carry me to shores I have not seen since before the sun first rose above this land." The Windlord was silent for a long moment, his gaze fixed upon the distant horizon. When he spoke again, his voice was softer than Gandalf had ever heard it. "I have known this day would come. From the moment we first met, I knew that your presence here was temporary, that you were a visitor from realms beyond our understanding, but knowing does not make the parting easier." Gandalf reached out and placed his hand upon the eagle's great head, feeling the warmth of life that pulsed beneath the feathers. "No, it does not. I have walked in Middle-earth for more than 2,000 years, and in that time I have made many friends among its peoples. Leaving them is the hardest thing I have ever done, harder even than facing the Balrog in the depths of Moria." They sat together in comfortable silence as the sun began its descent toward the western mountains. The sky blazed with colours that seemed almost too beautiful to be real, as though the world itself was putting on a final display for the wizard who had done so much to preserve it. Eagles circled in the distance, their silhouettes dark against the riot of orange and gold, and their cries echoed across the peaks like a song of farewell. "Tell me of the beginning," Gandalf said at last. "Tell me of Thorondor and the First Age, of the days when your people were young and the world was filled with wonders that are now only memories. I would carry those stories with me across the sea, so that they might be remembered in the undying lands." Gwaihir's eyes grew distant, reaching back across the centuries to times that even he had not witnessed firsthand, but had learned of through the tales passed down from generation to generation. "My ancestor Thorondor was the mightiest of all eagles, his wingspan measuring 30 fathoms from tip to tip. He was created by Manwë himself to be his eyes and messenger in the lands of Middle-earth, and he served that purpose with a devotion that has never been equalled." The Windlord's voice took on a cadence that spoke of ancient traditions, of stories told and retold, until they had become as much a part of his people as their feathers and talons. In those days, the world was lit not by sun and moon, but by the light of the two trees in Valinor, whose radiance could be seen even from the highest peaks of the mountains. Thorondor watched over the Eldar as they made their great journey westward, guarding them from the shadows that lurked in the wildlands. But it was in the wars against Morgoth that Thorondor truly proved his worth. When the Dark Lord captured Maedhros and hung him by his wrist from the cliffs of Thangorodrim, it was Thorondor who bore Fingon to his rescue. The eagle faced the terrors of Angband without flinching, carrying the Elf Lord through skies thick with the fumes of the enemy's forges. And when Maedhros was freed, though at the cost of his hand, Thorondor bore them both to safety. Gandalf listened with rapt attention, his eyes bright with the joy of hearing tales that few in any age had been privileged to hear. The wizard had known much of these stories from his own studies and from conversations with the elves who had lived through those terrible times, but hearing them from the descendant of the great eagle himself gave them a weight and immediacy that no written record could match. Gwaihir continued, his voice rising and falling with the rhythm of the ancient narrative. But Thorondor's greatest deed came later, when Morgoth captured Húrin and Huor after the Nirneth Arnadiad. The brothers had been guests of Turgon in the hidden city of Gondolin, and they knew its location. Morgoth tortured Húrin for years, seeking to extract that knowledge from him, but the man never broke, and it was Thorondor who had first carried the brothers to Gondolin, who had looked into their hearts and seen the courage that would allow them to endure such suffering. The story of Gondolin's fall was known to Gandalf, a tragedy that still echoed through the ages. When the hidden city was at last betrayed, and the forces of Morgoth descended upon it in fire and darkness, the survivors fled through the mountains, pursued by enemies that showed no mercy. It was Thorondor and his eagles who saved them, swooping down upon the orcs and balrogs that blocked their escape, giving the refugees the time they needed to reach safety. And it was in that battle, Gwaihir said, that Thorondor earned his greatest glory. He faced Morgoth himself, striking at the Dark Lord's face with talons and beak, scarring him permanently before being driven back. No other creature in the history of the world has wounded one of the Valar and lived to tell of it. That scar remained upon Morgoth's face until his final defeat at the end of the First Age. Gandalf shook his head in wonder. Such courage is beyond my ability to comprehend. To face a power that vast and strike without hesitation. Your ancestor was truly the greatest of his kind. He set the standard by which all eagles since have measured themselves, Gwaihir acknowledged. We know that we can never equal his deeds, for the world has changed and such enemies no longer walk upon its surface. But we remember his example, and we strive to be worthy of the lineage from which we descend. The sun had set by now, and the stars were beginning to appear in the darkening sky. Gandalf rose from his seat, his white robes glowing faintly in the starlight. The wizard seemed almost ethereal in that moment, more spirit than flesh, as though he was already beginning to fade from the world he had served for so long. I must go, he said, his voice heavy with emotion. The ship will not wait, and there are others who wish to say their farewells before I depart. But I want you to know, Gwaihir, that of all the friendships I have forged in Middle-earth, ours is among those I treasure most. You and your people have been true allies in the struggle against darkness, and without your aid the shadow would surely have prevailed. Gwaihir spread his wings, their span blocking out a portion of the star-filled sky. Then let me bear you one last time, Mithrandir. Let me carry you to the Grey Havens, so that our final parting might be at the shore of the sea rather than upon this lonely mountain top. It would be fitting, I think, for a friendship that has endured so much to end with a final flight together. Gandalf smiled, and in that smile was all the warmth and gratitude that words could not adequately express. He climbed upon the Windlord's back one last time, feeling the powerful muscles bunch beneath him as Gwaihir prepared for flight. Then they were airborne, rising into the night sky on wings that had carried hope through the darkest hours of the age. They flew westward through the night, the stars wheeling overhead in their eternal dance while the land of Middle-earth passed beneath them like a tapestry woven from shadow and silver moonlight. Gandalf felt the wind upon his face, cool and clean, carrying with it scents that evoked memories stretching back across 2 millennia. The smell of pine forests and flowering meadows, of rivers running free and fields freshly turned for planting. These were the scents of a world renewed, a world that would continue to grow and change long after he had departed from its shores. Gwaihir flew in silence, his great wings beating with a rhythm that was almost hypnotic in its steadiness. The Windlord too was lost in thought, contemplating the ending of an era that had defined much of his long life. He had been young when Gandalf first came to Middle-earth, young by the reckoning of his kind at least, and the wizard's presence had been a constant throughout his rise to leadership among the Eagles. To imagine a world without Mithrandir seemed almost impossible, like imagining a sky without stars or mountains without snow upon their peaks. As they passed over the Shire, Gandalf asked Gwaihir to descend low enough that he might see the land one final time. The eagle obliged, dropping until they skimmed just above the treetops, close enough to see the round doors of hobbit holes and the smoke rising from chimneys where families gathered around evening hearths. Laughter drifted up from the village of Bywater, and somewhere in the distance a dog barked at their passing shadow. "I found them here," Gandalf murmured, more to himself than to his companion. "Found them and set them on a path that would lead to the salvation of everything we hold dear. Who would have thought that such small folk could bear such great burdens?" Gwaihir's response was thoughtful. Perhaps that is precisely why they could bear them. The great and powerful are too aware of what they might lose, too attached to their strength and their ambitions. The hobbits had no such encumbrances. They knew only love and loyalty, and those proved stronger in the end than all the might of Mordor. The wizard nodded, his eyes still fixed upon the peaceful land below. There is wisdom in that observation. I have walked among kings and lords, among the mighty and the wise, and yet it was a gardener from Hobbiton who carried the hope of the world into the very heart of the shadow. Sam Gamgee, who wanted nothing more than to tend his flowers and marry the girl he loved. Perhaps we who think ourselves wise have much to learn from those we consider simple. They flew on, leaving the Shire behind as they crossed into the lands west of the Brandywine. Here the country grew wilder, less touched by the hands of farmers and builders. Ancient forests stretched toward the horizon, their canopies unbroken save where rivers cut silver paths through the green. These were the lands through which the Elves had passed on their great journey westward, and something of their presence still lingered in the air, a faint echo of songs sung before the rising of the sun. "Tell me of your children," Gandalf said as they flew. "Tell me of those who will carry on after you're gone, who will watch over Middle-earth when I am no longer here to call upon you." Gwaihir's chest swelled with pride that he could not entirely suppress. "My son Landroval has grown into a leader worthy of our lineage. He flew beside me at the Black Gate and helped carry the halflings from the fires of Mount Doom. When my time comes to join our ancestors in the halls of the wind, he will lead our people with wisdom and courage. And the others?" The Windlord considered the question. "There is Meneldor, swift beyond measure, who can outrace the very storms that sweep across the mountains. And Thorondel, named for our great ancestor, whose eyes can spot a field mouse from heights that would make lesser birds dizzy with vertigo. Our numbers are few, far fewer than in the days of old, but we remain vigilant. The shadow may be defeated, but darkness always finds a way to return. We will be watching when it does." Gandalf fell silent, contemplating a future he would not witness. It was strange, he reflected, to think of the world continuing without him. For so long his purpose had consumed him utterly, leaving no room for thoughts of endings or beginnings. Now, with that purpose fulfilled, he found himself facing a reality he'd long pushed to the back of his mind. Middle-earth would endure, but he would not be there to sear it. The hours passed, and the eastern sky began to lighten with the first hints of approaching dawn. They had flown through the entire night, covering distances that would have taken weeks on foot or days on horseback. The landscape below had changed again, becoming rockier and more sparse as they approached the western shores. Salt tinged the air now, carried inland on breezes that spoke of vast waters and distant horizons. And then, as the sun crested the mountains behind them and sent long golden rays streaming across the land, Gandalf saw it. The Gulf of Lune stretched before them, its waters glittering like a field of diamonds in the morning light. At its head, nestled between gentle hills that sloped down to meet the sea, lay the Grey Havens, the ancient port from which the Elves had been departing Middle-earth for thousands of years. The harbour was small but perfectly formed, its stone quays weathered by centuries of salt spray and the passage of countless feet. A single ship rode at anchor in the calm waters, its white sails furled and its hull gleaming with an ethereal light that owed nothing to the rising sun. Even from this distance, Gandalf could see figures moving upon the dock, gathering to witness the departure that would mark the end of an era. Gwaihir began his descent, spiralling downward in great lazy circles that allowed the wizard to take in every detail of the scene below. Gandalf could make out individual faces now, each one dear to him in ways that transcended mere friendship. Elrond was there, his ancient face serene despite the sorrow that surely filled his heart at leaving the land he had protected for so long. Beside him stood Galadriel, the Lady of Light, whose power had been a bulwark against the shadow since the First Age. And there, small among the tall folk of the Eldar, were 4 hobbits whose presence surprised him not at all. "They have come to say farewell," Gandalf said, his voice thick with emotion. "They have come all this way to see me off." "Did you expect otherwise?" Gwaihir asked. "You have touched many lives, Mithrandir. It would take a heart of stone to let you depart without a final word of thanks and love." The eagle sat down upon the shore some distance from the gathered company, his talons finding purchase upon the smooth stones that lined the water's edge. Gandalf dismounted slowly, his movements betraying a reluctance that he could not entirely hide. He stood for a moment with his hand upon Gwaihir's neck, feeling the warmth of the great bird's body and the steady pulse of his mighty heart. "This is where we part, old friend," the wizard said. "I would ask you to come with me, but I know that your place is here, watching over the lands we have both fought so hard to protect." Gwaihir lowered his head until his great eye was level with Gandalf's face. The eye was bright with an emotion that eagles rarely displayed, a depth of feeling that spoke louder than any words could have. "My place is indeed here," the Windlord agreed, "but a part of me will fly with you across the sea, Mithrandir. A part of me will always be with you, wherever your journey takes you." Gandalf embraced the eagle then, wrapping his arms around the feathered neck and pressing his face against the warm breast. It was an unusual gesture, perhaps, a wizard embracing a bird, but there was nothing unusual about the love that passed between them in that moment. They had faced death together, had fought side by side against powers that would have crushed lesser spirits. The bond they shared transcended the boundaries of their different natures, reaching into something fundamental and eternal. When at last they parted, both wore expressions that spoke of grief and gratitude intermingled. Gandalf reached into his robes and withdrew a small object that caught the morning light and threw it back in rainbow fragments. It was a crystal, perfectly clear, within which a single feather floated as though suspended in still water. "I have carried this with me since the day you first saved my life," Gandalf said, pressing the crystal into the Windlord's talons. "It is one of your feathers, lost during that long-ago battle with the mountain orcs. I kept it as a reminder of the friendship that was forged that day. Now I return it to you, so that you might remember our friendship when I am gone." Gwaihir accepted the gift with a solemnity that bordered on reverence. "I will keep it in my eyrie," he promised, "and when my descendants ask of its origin, I will tell them of the grey wizard who became white, who walked among us as a friend and ally, and who helped to save the world from darkness." Gandalf turned then and walked toward the gathered company, his white robes trailing behind him upon the stones of the ancient harbour. Each step seemed to carry him further from one life and closer to another, bridging the gap between the world he had known and the realm that awaited him beyond the sundering seas. The faces of those who had come to bid him farewell grew clearer as he approached, and he saw in each one the reflection of journeys shared and battles fought together. Frodo stood at the front of the group, his face pale but peaceful, bearing the marks of his ordeal in ways that would never fully heal. The Ringbearer had carried a burden that would have crushed stronger souls, and though he had triumphed in the end, the victory had cost him dearly. Gandalf saw in his eyes a weariness that went beyond the physical, a spiritual exhaustion that the gentle fields of the Shire could not fully cure. It did not surprise him that Frodo too would be making the journey across the sea. Sam stood beside his master, his honest face wet with tears that he made no attempt to hide. The gardener who had carried hope into the very heart of Mordor clung to Frodo's arm as though he might prevent the departure through sheer force of love. Behind them, Merry and Pippin watched with expressions that mingled grief with a strange sort of pride, as though they understood that they were witnessing the end of something beautiful and were honoured to be present for it. The elves stood apart, their ageless faces betraying little of the emotions that surely stirred within them. Elrond had watched the rise and fall of kingdoms, had seen friends and loved ones pass beyond the circles of the world, and had learned to bear such partings with a dignity that masked the depth of his feeling. Galadriel seemed almost aglow in the morning light, her beauty undimmed by the ages, her eyes holding secrets that would travel with her to Valinor and perhaps beyond. "My friends," Gandalf said, his voice carrying easily across the still morning air. "We have come to the end of our road together. The ship waits and the tide will soon turn. But before I go, I would speak words of farewell to each of you, for you have been the companions of my heart through trials that would have broken lesser spirits." He went to Frodo first, kneeling before the hobbit so that their eyes were level. "You have done what no other could have done," Gandalf said softly. "The burden you carried was heavier than mountains, yet you bore it to the very end. The wounds you have suffered may never fully heal in this land, but beyond the sea there is peace and healing such as Middle-earth cannot provide. Will you come with me, Frodo? Will you seek the rest you have so dearly earned?" Frodo's answer was a nod, silent but certain. He had known for some time that his journey would not end in the Shire, that the home he loved could no longer give him what he needed. The sea called to him in dreams, promising relief from pains that no medicine could touch. To sail with Gandalf into the west was not abandonment but completion, the final step in a quest that had begun the moment Bilbo placed a golden ring upon a mantelpiece in Bag End. Sam's face crumpled at this confirmation of what he had feared, and he clutched at Frodo's sleeve with the desperate hands. But Gandalf placed a gentle hand upon his shoulder, drawing him close. "Do not grieve too deeply, Samwise. Your master goes to a better place, but your own story is far from finished. There is much yet for you to do in the Shire, much love yet to give and receive. Rosie waits for you, and children yet unborn will one day hear the tales of their father's bravery. Be happy, Sam. Be happy, and remember that parting is only painful because what came before was so precious." To Merry and Pippin, Gandalf spoke words of pride and affection. "You were foolish to follow Frodo into danger," he said with a smile that took any sting from the words. "Foolish and brave and utterly essential. The world owes you a debt it can never repay, for your courage turned the tide in battles that would otherwise have been lost. Return to the Shire and live well. Tell your children and your children's children of what you have seen and done, so that the memory of this age might never fade entirely from the hearts of hobbits." The farewells to the elves were more formal, but no less heartfelt. Gandalf had known Elrond and Galadriel for thousands of years, had worked beside them in the long struggle against the Shadow. They had disagreed at times, had argued over strategy and philosophy, but beneath those disagreements lay a foundation of mutual respect and shared purpose that it could never be shaken. No words were needed between them now, only the touch of hands and the meeting of eyes that spoke volumes without sound. Through all of this, Gwaihir watched from his place upon the shore. The Wind Lord had not moved since Gandalf dismounted, his great eyes fixed upon the scene with an intensity that missed nothing. He saw the tears and the embraces, the words spoken and unspoken, and he understood that he was witnessing the end of something that could never come again. The age of the wizards was ending, and with it, a chapter of history that had begun with their arrival upon these very shores so long ago. At last, when all the farewells had been spoken and the sun had climbed higher in the eastern sky, Gandalf turned back toward the eagle. He walked slowly across the stones, his staff tapping a familiar rhythm, until he stood once more before his oldest friend. The wizard's face was wet with tears, but his expression held no sorrow, only a profound peace that seemed to radiate from somewhere deep within his being. "I have one more thing to ask of you," Gandalf said. his voice low so that only Gwaihir could hear. "When the ship has passed beyond the sight of those who remain, take wing and return to your eyrie. Gather your people and tell them what you have witnessed today. Let them know that the Grey Pilgrim has gone to his rest at last, and that the friendship between wizards and eagles has not ended, but merely changed its form." Gwaihir inclined his great head in acknowledgement. "It shall be done as you ask, Mithrandir. The tale of our friendship will be told in the high places for as long as eagles fly upon the winds of Middle-earth. And if ever your spirit should look back from the shores of Valinor, know that we remember you. Know that we honour the bond that was forged between us." The wizard smiled then, a smile of such warmth and gratitude that it seemed to light the very air around him. "Then I am content," he said. "The knowledge that I will be remembered brings more comfort than you can know. Fly well, Gwaihir Windlord. Watch over these lands and these peoples, and when at last your own time comes to depart this world, perhaps we shall meet again in halls beyond the reach of time and shadow." Gandalf turned and walked toward the ship, his white robes billowing in a breeze that seemed to rise from nowhere. The gangplank creaked beneath his feet as he boarded, and he moved to stand at the rail looking back at those he was leaving behind. Frodo joined him there, small and pale but steady, his own farewells completed. The elves followed, their movements graceful as they took their places upon the deck. The ship began to move, its sails unfurling to catch a wind that came from the west, a wind that carried upon it the scent of flowers that did not grow in Middle-earth, and the distant sound of music too beautiful for mortal ears. Those upon the shore watched in silence as the vessel pulled away from the dock, its white hull catching the sunlight and throwing it back in dazzling reflections. Gwaihir spread his wings and rose into the air, climbing until he hung high above the harbour. From this vantage, he could see the ship as it made its way toward the open sea, could see the small figures upon its deck growing smaller with each passing moment. The Windlord followed for a time, his shadow racing across the water below, unwilling to let his friend pass from sight until the very last moment. The ship reached the mouth of the gulf and passed between the headlands that guarded the entrance to the sea. Beyond lay waters that few vessels had ever sailed, waters that led to shores hidden from mortal eyes by veils of enchantment woven in the earliest days of the world. Gandalf stood at the stern, one hand raised in farewell, his white robes and hair streaming in the wind. Gwaihir cried out then, a single note of pure sound that echoed across the water and the sky. It was a cry of farewell and blessing, of love that would endure beyond the sundering of the ways. And though the distance was great and growing greater with every heartbeat, it seemed to the Windlord that Gandalf heard, for the wizard's hand rose higher, and upon his face appeared a smile of such joy that it pierced the eagle's heart like a shaft of golden light. The ship grew smaller upon the horizon, dwindling from a vessel to a white speck to nothing at all, swallowed by the vastness of the sea and the veils of enchantment that separated the mortal lands from the undying realm beyond. Gwaihir circled above the water, long after the last trace had vanished, his keen eyes searching for what could no longer be found. The wind that had filled the ship's sails died away, and the sea grew calm beneath him, its surface reflecting the blue sky like a mirror of polished silver. At last, when even hope could no longer sustain the illusion that there might be something more to see, the Windlord turned and began the long flight eastward. The sun was past its zenith now, and shadows stretched across the land like fingers reaching toward the coming night. Gwaihir flew without haste, his wings carrying him over forests and rivers, over mountains and valleys, while his mind wandered through memories that spanned centuries of friendship and shared purpose. He remembered the first time he'd seen the Grey Wizard, a solitary figure standing against a horde of mountain orcs with nothing but his staff and his courage. He remembered the healing that had followed, the light that had poured from Gandalf's hands and driven the poison from his body. He remembered conversations beneath the stars, shared wisdom and quiet laughter, the simple pleasure of companionship between two souls who understood each other in ways that transcended the boundaries of their different natures. Those memories would sustain him in the years to come, Gwaihir knew. They would be a fire against the cold nights that surely lay ahead, a light in the darkness that would inevitably return. For though Sauron was destroyed and his ring unmade, the Windlord was wise enough to know that evil never truly died. It retreated, it hid, it waited in the shadows for its chance to rise again. And when it did, The eagles would be there to face it, as they had always been, as they always would be. The hobbits had departed from the Grey Havens by the time Gwaihir passed over that region again, making their slow way back toward the Shire upon ponies that seemed barely adequate to the task. The eagle descended low enough to be seen, and he heard their cries of recognition rising up from the road below. Sam's voice was loudest, calling out words of gratitude and farewell that were carried away by the wind before Gwaihir could fully hear them. The Windlord dipped his wings in acknowledgement and climbed again, leaving the small folk to their journey home. Night had fallen by the time he reached the Misty Mountains, and the stars blazed overhead with a brilliance that seemed almost aggressive in its intensity. Gwaihir navigated by instinct as much as by sight, following paths through the peaks that his kind had travelled since before the rising of the sun and moon. The air grew thin and cold, but he welcomed the familiar sensations, the feeling of returning home after a journey that had taken him far from everything he knew. His eyrie stood unchanged, a collection of great nests built upon ledges and outcrops near the summit of a peak that had no name in any mortal tongue. The other eagles were there, awaiting his return with a patience that spoke of their trust in their lord. They had watched him depart in pursuit of the strange summons that had drawn him to Ziraxigil all those months ago, and they had continued their vigil while he flew to the Black Gate and the fires of Mount Doom, and now at last to the Grey Havens. They asked no questions as he settled upon his perch, knowing that explanations would come in their proper time. Landroval approached first, the son who would one day inherit leadership of their people. His feathers were darker than his father's, tinged with bronze that caught the starlight and threw it back in warm reflections. He had grown much in recent years, Gwaihir reflected, had proven himself in battles that would have tested eagles twice his age. The Windlord felt a fierce pride in what his son had become, tempered by the knowledge that such growth often came at a cost that could not be measured in feathers or talons. "The wizard has gone," Landroval said. It was not a question. Gwaihir nodded slowly, his great head dipping in confirmation. "He has sailed into the west, to shores we cannot follow. The age of the Astari is ended, and we must learn to face what comes without their guidance." A murmur passed through the assembled eagles, a sound of acknowledgement and perhaps of grief. They had known Gandalf in their own ways, had watched him from the heights as he wandered the roads of Middle-earth. Some among them had carried him upon their backs, had felt the warmth of his gratitude and the strength of his spirit. His departure left a void that would not easily be filled. "But we are not without purpose," Gwaihir continued, his voice growing stronger as he addressed his people. "The wizard charged us with a sacred duty before he left. We are to watch over these lands, to be the eyes that see what others cannot. The shadow is defeated, but darkness always returns. When it does, we must be ready." The eagles listened in silence, their attention fixed upon their lord with an intensity that spoke of their commitment to the cause he outlined. They were not numerous, fewer than 100 souls scattered across the mountain ranges of the north, but they were fierce and loyal and unbroken by the trials of the age that had just ended. If darkness returned, it would find them waiting. In the days that followed, Gwaihir gathered his people and told them the full tale of Gandalf's departure. He spoke of the Grey Havens and the White Ship, of the farewells spoken upon the ancient stones, of the crystal that now rested in a place of honour within his eyrie. The eagles listened with the patience of their kind, absorbing every detail, committing the story to memory so that it might be passed down through generations yet unborn. And when the tale was told, Gwaihir produced the crystal and held it up to the light. Within its clear depths, the single feather floated as though suspended in still water, a remnant of a day-long past when a wizard had been saved and a friendship had begun. The eagles regarded it with reverence, understanding its significance without need for explanation. "This is our covenant," Gwaihir declared. "This feather, freely given and lovingly kept, represents the bond between our people and those who walk the earth below. We have always served the cause of light against darkness, but from this day forward, we do so in memory of one who walked among us as a friend. Let none forget the grey wizard who became white, who stood against the shadow when others faltered, and who departed these shores with our blessing and our love." The years flowed onward, as years must, carrying with them changes both subtle and profound. The kingdoms of men flourished under the rule of King Elessar, who had once been called Strider by those who did not know his true name. Gondor rose to new heights of glory, its white towers gleaming in the sun, its borders secure against the remnants of Sauron's scattered forces. The elves continued their slow departure, dwindling from the lands they had inhabited since the First Age, leaving behind forests that would gradually lose their enchantment and become merely beautiful. The eagles watched it all from their high places, as they had always done. They saw the Shire prosper under the stewardship of hobbits, who had learned that even the smallest person could change the course of history. They saw Rohan rebuild what the war had destroyed, its people remembering with pride the charge of the Rohirrim at Pelennor Fields. They saw the dwarves return to their ancient halls, reclaiming Moria at last and delving once more in the deep places where precious metals and gemstones awaited their skilled hands. Gwaihir lived long, even by the reckoning of his kind. He watched his son grow into the leader he had always known Landroval could become, and he lived to see grandchildren and great-grandchildren take wing from the areas that had sheltered eagles since the world was young. But time claims all things eventually, and there came a day when the Windlord felt the weight of his centuries pressing upon him with a force that could no longer be denied. He gathered his people one final time upon a ledge that overlooked the lands he had protected for so long. The sun was setting in the west, painting the sky with colours that reminded him of that morning's the Grey Havens, when he had watched a white ship sail beyond the circles of the world. The memory brought no pain, only a gentle warmth that seemed to suffuse his entire being. "My time has come," Gwaihir told them, his voice still strong despite the frailty of his body. "I go now to join our ancestors in the halls of the wind, where Thorondor waits and where all eagles eventually return. But before I go, I would give you one last charge. Remember the wizard, remember the friendship, and when darkness comes again, as it surely will, remember that even the smallest light can hold back the shadow." The eagles gathered close around their lord, their great eyes bright with emotions that their kind rarely displayed. Landroval stood nearest, his bronze-tinged feathers rustling in the evening breeze, his own eyes wet with tears that he made no attempt to hide. He had known this day would come, had prepared for it in all the ways that could be prepared for, yet the reality of it struck him with a force that left him momentarily speechless. Gwaihir looked upon his son with a love that transcended words. "You will lead well," he said softly. "You have proven yourself in battle and in peace, and our people could ask for no better lord. But remember always that true strength lies not in talons or wings, but in the heart that guides them. Serve the light, protect the innocent, and never forget that we are part of something larger than ourselves." Landroval bowed his head in acknowledgement, accepting the mantle of leadership that was being passed to him. "I will remember, father, and I will ensure that your memory lives on in the hearts of all who call these mountains home. The tale of Gwaihir Windlord will be told until the ending of the world." The old eagle smiled then, an expression that softened his fierce features and revealed the gentleness that had always lain beneath his warrior's exterior. He turned his gaze westward, toward the sea that lay beyond the distant horizon, and his eyes grew distant with remembrance. Somewhere beyond that sea, in halls that mortal eyes could not perceive, Gandalf waited. The wizard had promised that they might meet again, and Gwaihir found that he believed that promise with all his heart. "Tell me of him one more time," Landroval asked, his voice soft with the reverence that the subject always inspired. "Tell me of the grey wizard who became your friend." Gwaihir settled more comfortably upon his perch, his eyes still fixed upon the western sky. The telling of this tale was familiar now, worn smooth by countless repetitions, yet it never lost its power to move him. He was called many names, the Windlord began. Mithrandir by the Elves, Tharkan by the Dwarves, Gandalf by men and hobbits. But to me he was simply friend, a soul kindred to my own despite the vast differences in our natures. The other eagles drew closer, forming a circle around their lord as the stars began to appear in the darkening sky. They had heard this tale before, some of them many times, but they listened as though it were new, understanding that this telling would be the last. "He came to Middle-earth upon a ship from the Undying Lands," Gwaihir continued, "sent by powers beyond our understanding to guide and counsel the free peoples against the growing shadow. For 2,000 years he walked the roads of this land, never resting, never faltering in his purpose. He faced horrors that would have broken lesser spirits and emerged stronger from each trial, and through it all he remained true to the light that burned within him." The Windlord paused, gathering his strength for what remained to be told. Our paths first crossed in the mountains north of the Shire, where I found him beset by mountain orcs. He was wounded and outnumbered, yet he fought with a courage that stirred my heart. I descended upon his enemies and scattered them, and afterward we spoke together beneath the stars. From that night forward, we were bound by a friendship that would endure through all the trials to come. He told them of the healing, of the light that had poured from Gandalf's hands and driven the poison from his body. He told them of conversations upon mountain peaks, of wisdom shared and laughter exchanged. He told them of the quest for Erebor, of the battle of 5 armies, of the rescue from the burning trees when all had seemed lost. Each memory was a jewel, polished by time until it gleamed with an inner light that the darkness could not diminish. But it was the final years that held the greatest weight, the years when the shadow had grown to its full strength and the fate of the world had hung upon the slenderest of threads. Gwaihir spoke of Gandalf's imprisonment atop Orthanc and the midnight flight that had carried him to freedom. He spoke of the wizard's fall in Moria and his miraculous return, transformed from grey to white by powers beyond mortal comprehension. He spoke of the Black Gate and the fires of Mount Doom, of the rescue of the halflings who had saved the world. And at the end, Gwaihir said, his voice growing softer as the memories grew more precious, I bore him to the Grey Havens, where a white ship waited to carry him beyond the circles of the world. We said our farewells upon the ancient stones, and he gave me this crystal that I've treasured ever since. Then he sailed into the west, and I watched until the ship vanished from even my sight. The eagles were silent, their hearts full of the tale they had heard. The stars blazed overhead, and the wind sang its eternal song around the peaks, and somewhere in the vast darkness beyond the horizon, a white ship sailed on waters that mortal eyes could never see. Gwaihir felt his strength beginning to fade, felt the final darkness creeping in at the edges of his vision. But he was not afraid. He had lived a life of purpose and meaning, had served the cause of light with every fibre of his being. If there was justice in the ordering of the world, he would soon see his old friend again, would fly once more beside the wizard who had walked among them as an equal, despite the vast power that had lain hidden beneath his grey robes. The crystal, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Keep it safe, my son. Let it be a reminder of what we fight for, of the friendships that make the struggle worthwhile. And when darkness comes again, as it surely will, look upon it and remember that the light endures. The light always endures. Landroval took the crystal gently in his talons, feeling the weight of responsibility that came with it. The feather within seemed to glow faintly in the starlight, as though responding to the solemnity of the moment. I will guard it with my life, he promised, and I will pass it on to my own children when my time comes, so that the memory of Gandalf and of you might never fade from the hearts of our people. Gwaihir smiled one last time, and his eyes turned again toward the west. The darkness was complete now, filling his vision with a blackness that was somehow not frightening at all. It felt instead like the embrace of an old friend, like the moment of peace that comes at the end of a long journey. He thought he saw a light in that darkness, a white radiance that seemed to beckon him forward, and perhaps, in that final moment, he heard a voice he had not heard for many years, a voice warm with welcome and joy. Come, old friend, the voice seemed to say, come and rest at last. We have been waiting for you. Gwaihir Windlord spread his wings one final time, not in the world of flesh and stone, but in some realm beyond, and he flew toward that welcoming light. Behind him, upon the mountain peaks of Middle-earth, his people raised their voices in a song of mourning and celebration, honouring the Lord who had led them through the greatest trial their world had ever known. The song echoed across the mountains and down into the valleys below, carried by winds that seemed to come from beyond the circles of the world. Those who heard it, farmers in their fields and travellers upon lonely roads, paused in their labours and looked upward, sensing that something momentous had occurred, even if they could not name what it was. And in the years that followed, when the tale of Gandalf and the eagles was told in halls both great and humble, it always ended with the same words. They spoke of the Windlord's final flight, of the light that had welcomed him home, and of the reunion that surely awaited him beyond the sunset. They spoke of friendship that transcended death, of bonds that could not be broken by the passing of years or the sundering of worlds. For in the end, It was not power that had defeated the shadow. It was not strength of arms or cunning of strategy. It was love, pure and simple, the love that bound friend to friend across all the distances of time and space. That love endured, as it always had and always would, a fire that no darkness could extinguish, a light that would shine until the ending of the world and perhaps beyond. Thus ends the tale of Gandalf and the Eagles, of Gwaihir the Wind Lord and the Grey Wizard who became white. May their memory be a blessing to all who hear it, and may their example inspire courage in hearts that falter and hope in spirits that despair. For as long as such tales are told, the light endures. The light always endures. Story 2. In the ancient days when the world was still young and the mountains rose sharp against skies unmarred by shadow, there existed a bond between two kindreds that would endure through all the ages of Middle-earth. This is the tale of Gandalf the Grey and the Great Eagles, those noble lords of the air whose wings spanned the breadth of valleys and whose eyes could pierce the deepest mists that gathered upon the peaks of the world. Most especially, this is the tale of Gwaihir the Wind Lord, mightiest of his generation, whose friendship with the wandering wizard would prove instrumental in the great struggles against darkness that mark the ending of the Third Age. To understand the depth of this bond, one must journey back through the long years to a time when Gandalf was yet learning the ways of Middle-earth, walking its roads and paths with eyes ever watchful for the stirrings of ancient evil. The Great Eagles, descended from the mighty Thurandor who once ruled the skies above Beleriand in the First Age, had long been allies of the Free Peoples, though they kept to themselves in their high eyries among the misty mountains. They served no lord of the mortal races, answering only to Manwë himself, the Lord of the Winds and King of the Valar. Yet in their wisdom, they recognized the Astari for what they truly were, spirits of the same order as themselves, sent by the Valar to guide and protect the peoples of Middle-earth against the growing shadow. It was in the year 951 of the Third Age, when the first whispers of darkness had begun to stir once more in the east, that Gandalf first came to the high places where the Eagles made their dwelling. He had journeyed far from Rivendell, crossing the misty mountains by secret paths known only to a few, for tidings had reached him of a disturbance among the peaks that troubled his mind. Shepherds in the vales below spoke of great shapes passing before the stars at night, and of cries that echoed from the heights like the clash of thunder. Some feared that dragons had returned to plague the northern lands, while others whispered of darker things, of fell spirits that had crept forth from forgotten tombs in the deep places of the world. Gandalf climbed for 7 days and 7 nights, his staff lighting the way through treacherous passes where snow lay thick, even in the height of summer. The air grew thin and cold, and the wind howled about him like a living thing, seeking to cast him from the narrow ledges that served as his only path. Yet the wizard pressed on, driven by the certainty that something of great import awaited him among the clouds. On the morning of the 8th day, as the sun rose golden above the eastern peaks, Gandalf came at last to a great shelf of stone that jutted out over a chasm so deep that its bottom was lost in perpetual shadow. Here the wind stilled, and a profound silence settled upon the mountain, broken only by the distant cry of a single eagle circling far overhead. Gandalf stood and waited, leaning upon his staff, his grey robes stirring in the gentle breeze that replaced the howling gales of the lower slopes. He did not have to wait long. From the heights above came the sound of mighty wings, a rushing of air that grew until it seemed the very sky was descending upon him. Then, with a grace that belied his enormous size, a great eagle alighted upon the rocky shelf before him. His wingspan was vast, greater than the height of 3 tall men standing one upon another, and his feathers shone like burnished bronze in the morning light. His eyes, keen and golden as the sun itself, fixed upon the wizard with an intelligence that spoke of ages beyond counting. This was Gwaihir, newly risen to the lordship of his kindred, though young by the reckoning of the Eagles, who measured their lives in centuries rather than decades. He had inherited from his father and grandfather a watchfulness over the mountains and a readiness to aid those who stood against the shadow. Yet he was cautious as well, for the Eagles had learned through bitter experience that trust, once given, could be betrayed with terrible consequences. Mithrandir, Gwaihir spoke, and his voice was like wind among the crags, both gentle and possessed of a power that resonated in the very stones. Long have we watched for your coming. The Valar have sent word that one of the Istari would seek our counsel. What brings you to the heights where eagles dwell? Gandalf bowed his head in greeting, his eyes meeting those of the great bird with respect and kinship. Lord of the winds, he replied, I have come because the shadow stirs once more, and I would know what the eagles have seen from their high places. The eyes of your people pierce the veils that blind lesser sight. Tell me, what darkness gathers in the east? A heavy silence fell between them, and Gwaihir ruffled his mighty feathers as though shaking off of a chill that had nothing to do with the mountain air. You ask of things that trouble even our oldest and wisest, the eagle said at length. We have seen lights burning in places long abandoned, and smoke rising from peaks where no natural fire should burn. In the night, shapes move across the stars, shapes that are not of our kindred nor of any creature that walks beneath the sun. And from the fortress of Dol Guldur, in the depths of the greenwood, there comes a darkness that even our eyes cannot penetrate. Dol Guldur, Gandalf murmured, and there was a weight of foreboding in his voice. I have long suspected that some evil has taken root there, though its nature remains hidden from my sight. Have your people ventured near to learn more? Gwaihir shook his great head, his golden eyes clouding with memory. 3 of our bravest flew south to investigate the darkness in the greenwood, some 40 years past by the reckoning of your people. Only one returned, and he spoke of terrors that broke his spirit before his body failed. He died within a fortnight, and his last words were a warning that some evils are too great even for eagles to face alone. Gandalf listened with growing concern, for the eagles were not creatures given to fear. Their courage had been proven in battles against Morgoth himself in the ancient days, when Thorondor, their lord, had scarred the face of the Dark Lord and rescued the bodies of fallen heroes from the very gates of Angband. For an eagle to speak of terrors that broke the spirit was a grave matter indeed. Then we must be vigilant, the wizard said at last. Whatever darkness gathers in Dol Guldur, it will not content itself with the shadows of Mirkwood forever. A time will come when it must be confronted, though I fear that day is not yet upon us. There is much I must learn before I can face what awaits in that fortress. Gwaihir regarded him with those keen ancient eyes, and something passed between them in that moment, a recognition of shared purpose that transcended the differences of their kinds. You speak with the wisdom of the Maiar, the eagle said, and I perceive that the Valar chose well when they sent you to Middle-earth. Know then, Mithrandir, that the eagles of the misty mountains shall be your allies in the struggles to come. When you have need of our wings, call upon us, and if it is within our power to aid you, we shall come. And so it was that the first bond of friendship was forged between Gandalf and the great eagles, there upon that lonely shelf of stone high among the peaks of the misty mountains. It was a bond that would be tested many times in the centuries that followed, strengthened by shared trials and the mutual respect that grew between the wandering wizard and the lords of the air. Yet neither could have foreseen on that sunlit morning how crucial their alliance would prove to be, or how many times the wings of the eagles would carry hope into the heart of despair. In the years that followed, Gandalf often returned to the high places where the eagles dwelt. Sometimes he came seeking counsel, for the eagles saw much from their lofty vantage points that remained hidden from those who walked upon the ground. At other times he came simply to speak with Gwaihir and his kindred, sharing tales of the wider world and learning of the ancient days from creatures whose memories stretched back to an age when the sun and moon were young. The friendship between Gandalf and Gwaihir deepened with each passing decade, and the great eagle came to understand the wizard as few others in Middle-earth ever would. He saw beneath the surface of the wandering old man in grey robes, perceiving the flame that burned within, the spirit of Maya sent from the undying lands to guide and protect the free peoples. In turn, Gandalf learned the ways of the eagles, their ancient customs and their fierce pride, their unwavering loyalty to those they called friend, and their equally unwavering enmity toward the servants of darkness. It was during the long centuries of watchful waiting, when the shadow had not yet revealed its true nature, but grew ever stronger in the hidden places of the world, that Gandalf performed a deed which sealed his bond with Gwaihir forever. The tale is not widely known among the peoples of Middle-earth, for the eagles do not share their secrets lightly, but it is remembered in their high eyries and sung in their strange melodious tongue when the wind is still and the stars burn bright above the peaks. In the year 1632 of the Third Age, a great calamity befell the eagles of the misty mountains. A dragon, young but fierce beyond measure, had awakened in the northern wastes and come south seeking a lair among the peaks. Its name was Skoroth, and though it was but a shadow of the great worms of old, it was more than sufficient to threaten even the lords of the air. For dragons and eagles had been enemies since the First Age, when the winged drakes of Morgoth had battled Thorondor and his kindred in the skies above Beleriand. Skoroth was cunning as well as strong. Rather than challenge the eagles directly, it waited until Gwaihir and the mightiest of his warriors had flown south to investigate disturbances near the Gladden fields. Then, under cover of a moonless night, the dragon struck at the eyries where the young eagles dwelt, those too small yet to fly and the eggs that held the next generation of the noble kindred. The attack was swift and terrible. Flames scorched the ancient nesting grounds, and the screams of the young eagles echoed through the mountains. The elder birds who remained fought valiantly, but they were no match for the dragon's fury. By the time Gwaihir received word of the attack and raced homeward on desperate wings, the damage had been done. Many eggs had been destroyed, and several young eagles lay dead among the blackened stones. Worse still, the dragon had seized 3 of the youngest fledglings and carried them off to its lair, intending to devour them at its leisure. Gwaihir's grief was terrible to behold. He circled above the ruined eyries, his cries of anguish echoing from peak to peak until the very mountains seemed to weep with him. His people gathered around him, sharing in his sorrow, but none knew what could be done. The dragon's lair was hidden somewhere in the northern reaches of the mountains, in a region of perpetual ice and howling storms where even eagles feared to venture. To pursue Skoroth into such territory, weakened as the eagles were from the attack, would be to invite further disaster. It was then that Gandalf appeared, climbing the last stretch of path to the high shelf where the eagles had gathered. He had been far to the south, in the realm of Gondor, when he had felt a disturbance in the fabric of the world, a ripple of malice and sorrow that drew him northward with all the speed he could muster. For 3 days and nights he had travelled without rest, and weariness was etched deep upon his weathered face. Yet his eyes burned with determination as he approached the grieving Windlord. "I have heard of your loss, Gwaihir," the wizard said, his voice gentle but firm, "and I have come to offer what aid I can. Tell me where this dragon lairs, and I will go to face it." Gwaihir turned his great head, and in his golden eyes there was a mixture of gratitude and despair. "You cannot face a dragon alone, Mithrandir," he said. "Even one so young and small as Skoroth would prove a deadly foe. I will not have your death added to the griefs of this black day." But Gandalf shook his head, a grim smile touching his lips. "I do not intend to fight the dragon in the manner of warriors," he replied. "There are other ways to defeat such creatures, ways that do not require sword or spear. The dragons of this age are lesser than their ancestors, and their minds can be touched by those who know the old arts. If I can reach Skoroth's lair before it devours your young ones, I may be able to save them yet." For a long moment, Gwaihir was silent, weighing the wizard's words against his own judgment. Then, slowly, he bowed his great head. "Very well, Mithrandir, I will carry you to the northern reaches myself. If there is any hope of saving the fledglings, I will not let pride or fear stand in its way." And so it was that Gandalf mounted upon the back of Gwaihir the Windlord, and together they flew northward into the frozen wastes where Skoroth had made its lair. The journey was perilous beyond measure. Storms raged about them, hurling ice and snow with such fury that even Gwaihir's mighty wings were taxed to their limits. The cold bit deep, numbing flesh and spirit alike, and more than once Gandalf feared they would be cast down into the endless white expanse below. Yet they pressed on, driven by the knowledge that 3 young lives hung in the balance. Gwaihir's keen eyes pierced the swirling snow, searching for any sign of the dragon's lair, while Gandalf sent his thought ranging ahead, seeking the dark presence of the worm. At last, as the second day of their journey drew toward its close, they found what they sought. The dragon had made its home in a vast cavern carved into the heart of a frozen peak. Steam rose from fissures in the rock, and the snow around the entrance was melted and blackened by the heat of the creature's breath. Even from a distance they could feel the malice that radiated from that dark opening, a palpable hatred that pressed against the mind like a weight of stone. "Land me upon that ledge," Gandalf said, pointing to a narrow shelf of rock that overlooked the cavern entrance. "Then withdraw to a safe distance and wait. If I do not emerge by dawn, return to your people and tell them that I died attempting to right this wrong." Gwaihir wished to protest, to insist that he accompany the wizard into the dragon's lair, but he knew that his great size would be a hindrance in the confined spaces of the cavern, and that his presence might provoke Skorroth to kill the fledglings before Gandalf could act. With a heavy heart he set the wizard down upon the ledge and withdrew, circling high above to watch and wait. What transpired in that cavern only Gandalf ever knew in full. He entered alone, his staff casting a pale light that pushed back the shadows, and descended into the depths where the dragon lay coiled upon a bed of stolen gold. Skorroth was young, as dragons reckon such things, its scales still soft in places and its fire not yet grown to full strength. But it was cunning, oh yes, and its eyes gleamed with malevolent intelligence as it watched the wizard approach. The 3 fledgling eagles huddled in a corner of the cavern, their feathers singed and their eyes wide with terror. They were alive, but only just, for Skorroth had been toying with them, savouring their fear before the feast. "A wizard," the dragon hissed, its voice like metal scraping against stone. "How delightful! I had expected only eagles, but a mire will make a far more interesting meal." Gandalf did not reply with words. Instead, he reached out with his mind, touching the consciousness of the dragon with all the power at his command. It was a battle fought in silence, a contest of wills that left no mark upon the physical world but shook the very foundations of the mountain. Skorroth fought back with all its strength, but the dragon was young and had never faced one of the Astari before. Slowly, inexorably, Gandalf's will prevailed. When the battle was done, the dragon lay still, its eyes glazed, and its mind wrapped in a slumber from which it would not soon awaken. Gandalf gathered the 3 fledglings, wrapping them in his cloak to shield them from the cold, and made his way back to the surface. Dawn was breaking over the frozen peaks when Gandalf emerged from the cavern, the 3 young eagles nestled safely within the folds of his cloak. Gwaihir, who had circled through the long night without rest, swooped down at the sight of the wizard, his cry of joy echoing across the mountains. The fledglings, recognizing the Windlord, stirred and called out in their own high voices, and for a moment the frozen wastes rang with sounds of reunion and relief. Gwaihir landed upon the ledge, his great eyes glistening with an emotion that eagles rarely showed. "You have done what I could not, Mithrandir," he said, his voice thick with gratitude. "You have saved the children of my people when all hope seemed lost. How can I ever repay such a debt?" Gandalf smiled wearily. The strain of his battle with the dragon etched deep upon his face. "There is no debt between friends," he replied, gently transferring the fledglings to the shelter of Gwaihir's massive wings. "I did only what needed to be done, but if you would do something for me, take these little ones home. They have suffered much and need the care of their kindred." "And you?" Gwaihir asked, concern colouring his voice. "You're exhausted, and the journey home is long. Let me carry you as well." But Gandalf shook his head. "The dragon still lives," he said. "I could not bring myself to slay it in its sleep, for even such creatures are part of the music of the world. But neither can I leave it to wake and wreak further havoc. I must remain here and ensure that when Skorroth awakens, it departs these mountains and troubles your people no more." Gwaihir wished to argue, to insist that the wizard come with him, but he saw the determination in Gandalf's eyes and knew that further protest would be futile. "Very well, Mithrandir," he said at last, "but know this. From this day forward you may call upon me whenever you have need, and I will come. This I swear by the winds that bear me and the peaks that are my home." And so Gwaihir departed, bearing the rescued fledglings southward toward the aeries of his people. Gandalf remained behind, keeping his vigil over the sleeping dragon. For 3 days and nights he waited, neither eating nor sleeping, his mind focused upon the task at hand. When at last Skorroth stirred and opened its eyes, the wizard was ready. What passed between them in those final hours, Gandalf never fully revealed. Some say he spoke to the dragon of the ancient times, when its ancestors had served Morgoth and suffered for their allegiance. Others claim he showed Skorroth visions of its own future, the doom that awaited all dragons who set themselves against the free peoples of Middle-earth. Whatever words or arts he employed, they had their effect. When the sun rose on the 4th day, Skorroth spread its wings and flew northward, disappearing into the frozen wastes beyond the world's edge, never to trouble the eagles or any other folk of Middle-earth again. Gandalf made his way down from the mountains alone, his strength nearly spent but his heart light. He had done what he came to do, and in the doing had forged a bond with Gwaihir that would endure through all the trials yet to come. The eagles of the Misty Mountains would forever remember the grey wizard who had walked into a dragon's lair to save their young, and their gratitude would prove a crucial ally in the great struggles that lay ahead. The centuries passed, as centuries do, and the shadow in the east grew ever stronger. Gandalf travelled far and wide across Middle-earth, gathering knowledge and building alliances against the day when darkness would rise in full strength. Through all his wanderings, he never forgot his friends among the eagles, returning to their high eyries whenever his roads led him near the Misty Mountains. And Gwaihir, true to his word, came whenever the wizard called, bearing him on swift wings to wherever he needed to go. It was during these long years of watchful waiting that Gandalf came to understand the true nature of the eagles and their place in the Order of Middle-earth. They were not merely great birds, he learned, but spirits of the air, servants of Manwë who had taken physical form to dwell among the peaks and guard against the encroachments of evil. Like the Astari themselves, they walked a delicate line, forbidden to match their power directly against the servants of Morgoth and Sauron, yet committed to aiding the free peoples in whatever ways they could. This understanding deepened the bond between Gandalf and Gwaihir, for they recognised in each other kindred souls bound by similar constraints. Both possessed power far greater than they were permitted to use, and both had accepted this limitation in service to a higher purpose. It was a burden that few could comprehend, and sharing it brought them closer than mere friendship could account for. Yet, for all their wisdom and foresight, neither Gandalf nor Gwaihir could see clearly what the future held. The shadow in Dol Guldur continued to grow, and whispers began to spread of a dark power rising in Mordor. The rings of power, long thought lost or hidden, began to stir once more, and with them came a sense of approaching doom that weighed upon the hearts of all who perceived it. It was in the year 2850 of the Third Age that Gandalf's friendship with the Eagles would be tested in a new and unexpected way. The wizard had been travelling in the northern reaches of Rhovanion, investigating rumours of orc activity in the Grey Mountains, when disaster struck. A band of goblins, larger and better organised than any he had encountered in centuries, ambushed him in a narrow pass. Gandalf fought valiantly, his staff blazing with power, but the goblins were too many and too fierce. They bore him down through sheer weight of numbers, binding him with chains of black iron that resisted even his considerable arts. The goblins dragged their prize deep into the mountains, to a fortress carved from living rock where their chieftain held court. This was Bolg the Elder, father of the Bolg who would later lead the goblin host at the Battle of the Five Armies, and he was cunning beyond the measure of most of his kind. He recognised Gandalf for what he was and knew that a wizard would fetch a handsome price from the dark powers that lurked in the east. For 7 days Gandalf languished in the dungeons of the goblin fortress, his strength slowly draining as the dark magic of his chains sapped of his will. He called out with his mind to any who might hear, but the stone walls were thick and the goblin's sorcery muffled his cries. Hope began to fade, and for the first time in many centuries, Gandalf faced the prospect of his own ending. But far to the south, in the high eyries of the Misty Mountains, Gwaihir stirred uneasily upon his perch. A feeling had come upon him, a sense of wrongness that he could not explain. It was as though a voice called to him from a great distance, too faint to understand but too insistent to ignore. For 3 days he tried to dismiss the feeling, attributing it to the strange weather that had been brewing over the northern peaks. But on the 4th day he could resist no longer. "Something is wrong," he told his kin as he spread his mighty wings. "I know not what, but I must fly north to discover it. If I do not return within a fortnight, seek me among the Grey Mountains." And so Gwaihir flew northward, following the pull of that distant voice across leagues of mountain and forest. The weather grew foul as he travelled, and more than once he was forced to take shelter from storms that seemed almost purposeful in their fury. But he pressed on, driven by a certainty that someone he cared for was in desperate need. On the 7th day of his journey, as the sun was setting behind the western peaks, Gwaihir came at last to the fortress of the goblins. He knew it at once for what it was, for the stench of evil rose from it like smoke from a fire. Circling high above, he studied the dark stronghold with his keen eyes, noting the guards upon the walls and the entrances carved into the mountainside. And there, Faint but unmistakable, he felt the presence of Gandalf, calling out from somewhere deep within. The eagle knew he could not assault the fortress alone. The goblins were too numerous, and their arrows and spears could bring down even the mightiest of his kind. But neither could he abandon his friend to such a fate. And so Gwaihir did what eagles had always done in times of great need. He called to his kindred. His cry rang out across the mountains, a sound that carried power beyond mere voice. It was the summoning call of the Wind Lord, a call that had not been sounded in generations, and it reached the ears of eagles from the northern reaches of the Grey Mountains to the southern slopes above Lothlorien. One by one they answered, rising from their eyries and taking to the sky, their mighty wings bearing them northward toward the source of the call. By dawn of the following day, a host of great eagles had gathered in the peaks above the goblin fortress. There were 17 in all, the greatest gathering of their kind since the War of Wrath at the end of the First Age. Their feathers gleamed bronze and gold in the morning light, and their eyes burned with the fierce determination of their race. Gwaihir looked upon his assembled kindred with pride and gratitude, knowing that what they were about to attempt would be spoken of in their songs for ages to come. The attack came with the rising sun, when the light would be in the eyes of the goblin sentries. The eagles swept down upon the fortress like thunderbolts from a clear sky, their talons rending and their beaks striking with devastating precision. The goblins, caught utterly by surprise, scrambled for their weapons, but many fell before they could even raise a blade. The air filled with screams and the clash of claw against iron, and the walls of the fortress ran red with goblin blood. Gwaihir himself led the assault on the main gate, his great wings buffeting aside any who stood in his path. Behind him came a wedge of his strongest warriors, driving deep into the heart of the fortress. They fought through corridor after corridor, guided by Gwaihir's unerring sense of where Gandalf lay imprisoned. Arrows flew thick around them, and more than one eagle bore wounds before the battle was done, but they did not falter. Their loyalty to the wizard who had saved their young ones drove them forward with unstoppable determination. At last they reached the deepest dungeon, where Gandalf hung in chains of black iron. The wizard was pale and drawn, his strength nearly spent, but his eyes lit up with hope when he saw the great form of Gwaihir filling the doorway. The eagle wasted no time with words. His mighty beak shattered the chains that bound his friend, and his talons tore through the bars of the cell as though they were made of parchment. "Hold tight to me, Mithrandir," Gwaihir said, gathering the weakened wizard in his great claws. "We fly for freedom." The escape was as swift as the assault had been fierce. The eagles withdrew in good order, their rearguard holding off the pursuing goblins, while Gwaihir bore Gandalf toward the open sky. Arrows whistled past them, and one struck the Windlord in his right wing, piercing through feather and flesh. Gwaihir faltered for a moment, a cry of pain escaping his beak, but he did not fall. With a surge of will that drew upon every reserve of strength he possessed, he cleared the walls of the fortress and soared upward into the safety of the clouds. The eagles flew southward through the day and into the night, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and the goblin stronghold. Gandalf drifted in and out of consciousness, the poison of his chains still working through his veins. But Gwaihir held him secure, never loosening his grip even as his wounded wings screamed with every beat. They came at last to a hidden valley high in the misty mountains, a place known only to the eagles and a few trusted friends. Here there was a pool fed by snowmelt, whose waters were said to possess healing properties, and here the eagles made their camp. Gwaihir laid Gandalf gently upon a bed of soft moss, and the other eagles gathered around, their great bodies forming a windbreak against the cold. For 3 days, Gandalf lay in the grip of fever, muttering in languages that even the eagles did not recognize. Gwaihir never left his side, keeping watch through the long hours and warming the wizard with the heat of his own body when the cold threatened to claim him. The other eagles took turns hunting, bringing back rabbits and mountain goats to sustain their kindred, and tending to the wounds that many had suffered in the assault on the fortress. On the 4th day, Gandalf's fever broke. He opened his eyes to find himself gazing up at the concerned face of Gwaihir, and a weak smile touched his lips. "Old friend," he whispered, his voice rough from disuse. "It seems I owe you a debt that I can never repay." Gwaihir shook his great head, his golden eyes warm with relief. "There are no debts between friends," he replied, echoing the words Gandalf himself had spoken so many years before. You saved the children of my people when all hope seemed lost. I have done no more than you did for us." And so the bond between Gandalf and the Eagles was sealed in blood and sacrifice, each having risked all to save the other from certain doom. In the years that followed, the tale of the rescue from the Goblin fortress became legend among both kindreds, a testament to the power of friendship and loyalty in the face of overwhelming darkness. When Gandalf was well enough to travel, Gwaihir bore him back to Rivendell, where Elrond himself tended to the last traces of the poison that had afflicted him. The Lord of Imladris marvelled at the tale of the rescue, and he honoured the Eagles with gifts of elven craft, silver bells to adorn their eyries and enchanted feathers that would never break or fade. The friendship between the House of Elrond and the Eagles of the Misty Mountains grew from that day, adding another strand to the web of alliances that bound the Free Peoples together against the growing shadow. Yet even as Gandalf recovered and resumed his wanderings, the darkness in the east continued to deepen. The fortress of Dol Guldur, which had troubled his thoughts for so many centuries, had become a centre of spreading corruption. The great forest of greenwood, once fair and full of light, was slowly transforming into a place of shadow and fear. The woodmen who dwelt there spoke of giant spiders and fell creatures that lurked among the trees, and the elves of King Thranduil's realm found themselves fighting an ever-growing tide of darkness. Gandalf knew that the time was approaching when he would have to confront whatever evil lurked in Dol Guldur. But the fortress was heavily guarded, and even his considerable powers might not be enough to penetrate its defences alone. He spoke of his concerns to Gwaihir during one of his visits to the High Eyries, and the Windlord listened with grave attention. "The shadow in the greenwood troubles us as well," Gwaihir said when the wizard had finished. "Our hunting parties have had to range ever further afield, for the corruption spreads like a stain across the land. Whatever dwells in that fortress must be confronted before it grows too strong to challenge." "But how?" Gandalf asked, his brow furrowed in thought. "The necromancer, as the woodmen call him, has surrounded himself with armies of orcs and other fell creatures. To assault Dol Guldur directly would require a host that the Free Peoples cannot muster in these diminished days." Gwaihir was silent for a long moment, his keen eyes gazing southward toward the distant shadow of the greenwood. "Then, perhaps," he said slowly, "the assault need not be direct. The Eagles have long memories, Mithrandir, and we remember stratagems from the ancient days that might yet prove useful. If the Dark Lord of Dol Guldur can be drawn out of his fortress, exposed where our strength might be brought to bear, then perhaps he can be defeated." It was a thought that stayed with Gandalf through the years that followed, as he continued his investigations into the nature of the necromancer and the spreading darkness. He consulted with Saruman the White, head of his order, and with the other Astari who still walked in Middle-earth. He delved into the archives of Rivendell and Minas Tirith, seeking any clue that might reveal the identity of the power that lurked in Dol Guldur. And always, in the back of his mind, he held the knowledge that when the time came to act, the Eagles would be ready. The truth, when it finally came to light, was more terrible than even Gandalf had feared. The necromancer of Dol Guldur was no less a spirit, no shade of ancient evil clinging to existence in the shadows of the world. It was Sauron himself, the Dark Lord of Mordor, the servant of Morgoth who had wrought such devastation upon Middle-earth in ages past. He had not perished in the downfall of Numenor as many had believed, but had fled eastward in spirit form, slowly rebuilding his strength in the darkness of the abandoned fortress. And now, after centuries of patient waiting, he was nearly ready to reveal himself once more. Gandalf brought this dire news to the White Council, the gathering of the wise that met in Rivendell to discuss matters of great import. Saruman presided over the council, his voice smooth and his words persuasive, but Gandalf could not shake the feeling that the head of his order was more interested in delay than action. Time and again he urged an assault on Dol Guldur, and time and again Saruman counselled patience and further investigation. The years passed, and the shadow continued to grow. Gandalf watched with mounting frustration as opportunity after opportunity slipped away, while Sauron's power waxed ever stronger. He confided his concerns to Gwaihir during their meetings, and the Windlord shared his frustration. "The White Wizard speaks fair words," Gwaihir said, his golden eyes troubled. "But fair words alone will not stem the tide of darkness. If the Council will not act, perhaps others must." Gandalf nodded slowly, his mind turning over possibilities. "There may yet be a way," he said at length. The council focuses its attention on Dol Guldur, but there are other pieces on the board that may prove equally important. In the east, beyond the misty mountains, there lies a matter that has long troubled my thoughts. The dragon Smaug has held the lonely mountain for nearly 2 centuries now, and his presence there serves the enemy's purposes whether he knows it or not. Gwaihir's eyes sharpened with interest. "You speak of the realm of Thror," he said. "We remember it well. In the days before the dragon came, our kindred sometimes traded with the dwarves of Erebor. They were a proud folk, skilled in craft and generous to those who dealt fairly with them. And they could be so again," Gandalf replied, "if Smaug were removed. A restored kingdom under the mountain would be a bulwark against the darkness, a fortress of the free peoples in the very shadow of the enemy's northern borders. It is a long chance, but in these days of fading hope, long chances may be all we have." Thus began Gandalf's long contemplation of what would eventually become the quest of Erebor. He sought out the heirs of Thror, scattered as they were across the lands of the west, and planted seeds of hope and ambition in their hearts. Chief among these was Thorin Oakenshield, grandson of the king who had lost his realm to Dragonfire, whose burning desire to reclaim his homeland made him the perfect instrument for Gandalf's designs. Yet even as he laid his plans, Gandalf knew that the quest would be fraught with peril. The road to Erebor led through the misty mountains, past goblin strongholds and over treacherous passes. It wound through the darkness of Mirkwood, where Sauron's influence had corrupted even the very trees, and at its end waited Smaug himself, a dragon of the ancient line whose fire could melt the gates of kingdoms and whose cunning had outwitted every challenger for 200 years. He spoke of these dangers to Gwaihir, not asking for aid directly, but knowing that the Windlord would understand. The Eagles could not involve themselves openly in the affairs of the other peoples, for such was not their appointed role, but they could watch, and they could be ready if a moment of crisis should arise. "When the time comes," Gwaihir said, "we will be watching. The goblins of the Misty Mountains have long been a thorn in our side, and any blow struck against them serves our interests as well as yours. If your company should find itself in need upon the mountain passes, the Eagles may choose to take notice." It was as close to a promise of aid as Gwaihir could give, and Gandalf accepted it with gratitude. The quest was set in motion, and in the spring of the year 2941, a company of 13 dwarves and 1 hobbit set forth from Bag End in the Shire, guided by the Grey Wizard toward a destiny none of them could fully foresee. The journey through the mountains proved as perilous as Gandalf had feared. The company was captured by goblins in the High Pass, dragged deep into the caverns beneath the peaks where the great goblin held court. Gandalf fought his way free, slaying the great goblin himself and leading the dwarves in a desperate flight through the tunnels. But when they emerged into the open air at last, they found themselves upon a precipice with no path forward and a horde of enraged goblins closing in behind. It was then that the Eagles came. Gwaihir had been true to his word. His scouts had been watching the mountain passes for days, and when they saw the goblins massing for pursuit, they carried word to the Windlord with all speed. Gwaihir gathered his kindred and flew toward the eastern slopes, arriving just as the goblins were about to overwhelm the fleeing company. The rescue was swift and dramatic. Great eagles swooped down upon the cliffsides, their talons seizing dwarves and hobbit alike, bearing them up into the safety of the sky. Gandalf himself was lifted by Gwaihir, the Windlord's grip as sure and gentle as it had been when he carried the wizard from the goblin fortress so many years before. The goblins howled with rage as their prey was snatched from their very grasp, but their arrows fell short, and their curses were lost in the rush of mighty wings. The eagles bore the company to the Carrock, a great rock that stood like a watchtower above the vales of the Anduin. Here they set their passengers down, and Gwaihir exchanged words with the Gandalf while the dwarves recovered from their harrowing experience. "We go no further," the Windlord said. "The lands ahead are too close to the dwellings of men, and we do not wish to provoke their fear or anger, but the road before you is clear for many leagues, and the worst of the mountain perils lie behind you now." Gandalf clasped his hand upon the great feathers of Gwaihir's neck, a gesture of profound gratitude. "Once again, old friend, you have come when I needed you most. The dwarves owe you their lives, though I doubt they will ever fully understand the depth of that debt." Gwaihir's golden eyes glinted with what might have been amusement. "The dwarves are proud folk," he observed. "They will claim they would have found a way to escape on their own, given time. Let them believe it if they wish. We know the truth, you and I, and that is enough." With a final cry that echoed across the valley, the eagles took to the sky once more, wheeling northward toward their mountain homes. Gandalf watched them go, a smile upon his weathered face, before turning to face the long road that still lay ahead. The quest of Erebor would ultimately succeed, though not in the manner anyone had anticipated. Smaug was slain by Bard the bowman of Lake Town, and the Battle of Five Armies saw the Free Peoples united against a host of goblins and wargs. The eagles came to that battle as well, turning the tide at a moment when all seemed lost, and Gwaihir himself fought above the field, his talons red with the blood of enemies. But these are tales well known to the scholars of Middle-earth, recorded in the annals of kingdoms and sung by bards in great halls. What is less known is what passed between Gandalf and Gwaihir in the years that followed, as the shadow in the east continued to grow and the fate of all free peoples hung upon the edge of a knife. The victory at the Lonely Mountain brought a measure of peace to the northern lands, but Gandalf knew it was merely a respite in a war that had been waged since the foundation of the world. Sauron had been driven from Dol Guldur at last, the White Council finally roused to action by the undeniable evidence of his return. Yet the Dark Lord had not been destroyed, merely forced to retreat to the shadows of Mordor, where his true strength lay hidden. There, in the Land of Shadow, he would rebuild his power once more, patient as only an immortal spirit could be, waiting for the moment when he might stretch forth his hand and reclaim dominion over all Middle-earth. In the decades that followed the Battle of Five Armies, Gandalf turned his attention increasingly toward the Shire, a seemingly unremarkable corner of the world, home to the most unlikely of peoples, had become the focus of his deepest concerns. For it was there that the One Ring had come to rest, passing from the hand of a creature called Gollum to a hobbit named Bilbo Baggins during the very quest that had reclaimed Erebor. Gandalf had long suspected the true nature of Bilbo's magic ring, but it was not until many years later that his suspicions hardened into terrible certainty. He shared his fears with few, for the knowledge was too dangerous to spread carelessly. But to Gwaihir, during their meetings in the high places, he spoke more openly than to almost any other. The Windlord listened with grave attention as Gandalf laid out the evidence he had gathered, the tests he had performed, and the conclusions he had reluctantly drawn. "If what you say is true," Gwaihir said when the wizard had finished, "then the fate of Middle-earth may rest upon the shoulders of those halflings. It seems a strange choice for such a burden." Gandalf nodded slowly, his eyes distant with thought. "Strange indeed, yet perhaps not so strange as it seems. The great powers of this world have all been corrupted or diminished by the enemy's malice. Men are too easily swayed by promises of power, and even the elves feel the weight of ages pressing upon them. But the hobbits," Gandalf paused, a faint smile touching his lips. "The hobbits are resilient in ways that greater folk often fail to appreciate. They love simple things, peace and good food and the warmth of home. Such loves may prove stronger armour against the ring's corruption than all the might of kingdoms." Gwaihir considered this, his great head tilting as he weighed the wizard's words. "You have walked among them for many years," he said at length. "If you believe in their strength, then I will trust your judgment. But what would you have me do? The Shire lies far from our mountains, in lands where eagles are seldom seen." "For now, nothing," Gandalf replied. "But a time is coming when all the free peoples will be called upon to play their part. When that time arrives, I may have need of you once more, old friend, greater need than ever before." The years passed with deceptive tranquillity. Bilbo celebrated his 111th birthday and departed the Shire, leaving the ring in the keeping of his young cousin Frodo. Gandalf came and went, his wanderings taking him far afield as he sought to confirm his fears and prepare for the storm that he knew was coming. And in the east, beyond the mountains and the great river, the shadow of Mordor deepened until it seemed that the very sun shone less brightly in those lands. It was in the year 3018 of the Third Age that events began to move with terrible swiftness. Gandalf, having confirmed beyond all doubt the true nature of Frodo's ring, set the young hobbit on the road to Rivendell with the most precious and perilous burden in all of Middle-earth. But even as he prepared to meet Frodo there, the wizard was summoned to Isengard by Saruman the White, ostensibly for urgent counsel on matters concerning the enemy. What transpired at Isengard would prove to be one of the darkest chapters in Gandalf's long existence. Saruman, corrupted by his long study of the enemy's ways and his own lust for power, revealed himself as a traitor to all that the Astari had been sent to protect. He offered Gandalf a choice: join him in serving Sauron, or be imprisoned until his will was broken. When Gandalf refused, as refuse he must, Saruman used his power to trap the Grey Wizard atop the pinnacle of Orthanc, the great tower that rose like a black spike from the Ring of Isengard. There, upon that windswept height, Gandalf faced the prospect of captivity from which there seemed no escape. The walls of Orthanc were smooth as glass and hard as adamant, proof against any tool or weapon. The ground lay 500 feet below, a fatal drop for any creature of flesh and blood. Saruman's servants watched the only stairway, and the traitor's power held sway over all the lands around. Hope seemed as distant as the stars that wheeled overhead in the cold autumn nights. Yet Gandalf was not without resources even in his extremity. He could not match Saruman's power in direct confrontation, not here in the heart of the traitor's strength. But he could still reach out with his thought, sending his call across the leagues to those who might hear, and chief among those he called was Gwaihir the Windlord. The summoning was faint, little more than a whisper carried on the winds that blew from the mountains, but Gwaihir's senses were keen beyond the measure of mortal creatures, and his bond with Gandalf ran deeper than mere friendship. He felt the call as a stirring in his spirit, a pull that drew his attention southward toward the gap of Rohan. Something was wrong, terribly wrong, and Mithrandir needed him. The Windlord did not hesitate. He spread his mighty wings and took to the sky, flying with all the speed his great body could muster. The leagues fell away beneath him as he soared over mountain and plain, following the thread of Gandalf's call like a beacon in the darkness. Night fell and dawn came again, but still he flew, driven by an urgency that would not let him rest. He came to Isengard on the evening of the second day, circling high above the tower, where Gandalf lay imprisoned. The wizard's presence blazed like a flame to Gwaihir's keen senses, and with it came the darker emanations of Saruman's power, twisted and corrupt. The Windlord understood at once what had transpired, and cold fury kindled in his ancient heart. The rescue required all of Gwaihir's skill and courage. Saruman's servants kept watch over the tower, and though they looked for threats from below, they had not thought to guard against attack from the sky. The Windlord dove from the clouds with breathtaking speed, his wings folded close against his body, falling like a thunderbolt toward the summit of Orthanc. At the last possible moment, he spread his wings and swooped low over the pinnacle, his talons reaching out to grasp Gandalf's outstretched arms. The wizard had been waiting, warned by the touch of Gwaihir's mind against his own, and he leapt from the tower as the great eagle passed. For one heart-stopping instant, they fell together, the wind howling around them as Orthanc's black walls rushed past. Then Gwaihir's grip tightened, his mighty wings beat the air, and they were climbing, soaring upward into the safety of the clouds. Behind them, cries of alarm rose from the servants of Saruman, but it was too late. The eagle and the wizard were already beyond pursuit, disappearing into the gathering darkness of the evening sky. Gandalf clung to Gwaihir's legs, his heart pounding with relief and gratitude, as the Windlord bore him northward toward the distant sanctuary of Rivendell. "Twice now you have saved me from captivity," Gandalf said when he had recovered enough breath to speak. "I begin to think the Valar sent you into this world specifically to rescue foolish wizards from the consequences of their own choices." Gwaihir's reply carried a note of grim humour. "If so, they might have warned me that the job would be so demanding. But tell me, Mithrandir, what has happened?" I felt the taint of corruption upon that tower, a darkness that did not belong to Sauron alone. And so Gandalf told him of Saruman's treachery, speaking into the wind as they flew through the star-strewn night. The Windlord listened in silence, and when the tale was done, his golden eyes burned with a cold fire that boded ill for any who served the fallen wizard. The flight to Rivendell was long, and Gandalf used the time to gather his thoughts and prepare for the trials ahead. The world had changed in the weeks of his captivity, and not for the better. Saruman's treachery had removed one of the greatest powers aligned against Sauron, transforming a potential ally into a dangerous enemy. The Nine Riders of Mordor were abroad in the lands west of the Misty Mountains, hunting for the ring with relentless determination. And somewhere on the road, a young hobbit carried the fate of Middle-earth in his pocket, pursued by terrors beyond his imagining. Gwaihir set Gandalf down upon a high ridge overlooking the hidden valley, where the lights of Elrond's house glimmered in the darkness below. The hour was late and the wizard was weary beyond measure, but there was no time for rest. Too much depended on what happened in the days ahead. "I cannot stay," Gwaihir said, his great wings stirring restlessly. "My kindred have their own concerns, and the mountains grow ever more dangerous as the enemy's power waxes. But know this, Mithrandir, when the hour of greatest need arrives, the eagles will answer the call. This I swear to you by the winds that bear me and the peaks that are my home." Gandalf reached up to touch the Windlord's feathered neck, a gesture of farewell and gratitude. "I know you will, old friend. You have never failed me yet, and I do not doubt you will be there when Middle-earth has most need of your wings. But for now, return to your people. Guard the mountains as you have always done, and watch for the signs of the coming storm." With a cry that echoed from the surrounding peaks, Gwaihir spread his wings and took to the sky. Gandalf watched him go, a solitary figure silhouetted against the stars, until even his keen eyes could no longer make out the great eagle's form. Then he turned and began the long descent into Rivendell, where Frodo and the ring awaited. The Council of Elrond was convened in the days that followed, gathering representatives of all the free peoples to decide the fate of the One Ring. Gandalf spoke at length of what he'd learned, of Saruman's fall and Sauron's growing might, of the history of the ring and the terrible choice that now faced them. In the end, the council reached a decision that surprised many who heard it. The ring would not be hidden, nor used against the enemy, nor cast into the depths of the sea. It would be taken to Mordor itself and thrown into the fires of Mount Doom, the only flames hot enough to unmake what Sauron had wrought so long ago. A fellowship was formed to undertake this quest, 9 walkers to match the 9 riders of the enemy. Gandalf would lead them, for his knowledge of the roads and his power against the shadows would be sorely needed. And though the way was long and fraught with peril, there was no other path that offered any hope of victory. The fellowship set forth from Rivendell as winter gripped the land, their road leading south through the wilds before turning east toward the mountains. Gandalf guided them with skill and care, but at every turn the enemy's malice sought to thwart their passage. The attempt to cross the misty mountains by the high pass was defeated by sorcerous storms, and in desperation, the company turned to the only other route available to them, the long-abandoned mines of Moria. What befell them in those dark halls is a tale known to all the peoples of Middle-earth. They found not the empty silence of ancient tombs, but an infestation of orcs and worse things, creatures of shadow that had crept up from the deepest pits of the world. In the great chamber where Balin's company had made their last stand, they were beset by overwhelming numbers, and on the narrow bridge of Khazad-dûm, Gandalf faced a terror from the ancient world, a Balrog of Morgoth that had slumbered in the roots of the mountain since the First Age. The battle on the bridge was brief but terrible. Gandalf stood alone against the demon of fire and shadow, his staff blazing with white light, his voice ringing with words of power that shook the very stones. He shattered the bridge beneath the Balrog's feet, sending the creature plunging into the abyss below. But even as it fell, the Balrog's whip lashed out and caught the wizard, dragging him down into the darkness. The fellowship fled from Moria, their hearts broken by the loss of their guide and friend. They believed Gandalf had perished in the depths, his flame extinguished forever, and indeed, by any mortal reckoning, he should have died. But Gandalf was not mortal, and his appointed task was not yet complete. For 10 days he fell through darkness, locked in combat with the Balrog as they plunged through forgotten caverns and sunless lakes. When at last they struck the bottom of the abyss, the battle continued, fire against fire, shadow against light. They fought through the deepest tunnels of the world, where even the roots of the mountains did not reach, and then upward again, climbing the endless stair that wound through the heart of Zirak-Zagil. At the peak of that frozen mountain, beneath skies that had not looked upon such a conflict since the wars of the First Age, the final battle was joined. For 2 days and nights they fought, wizard and demon, until at last Gandalf cast down his enemy and the Balrog's fire was quenched upon the mountainside. But the victory came at a terrible cost. Gandalf's body, broken and burnt, lay upon the snow as life fled from him like water from a shattered vessel. Yet death was not the end for Gandalf the Grey. His spirit passed out of thought and time, journeying to places beyond the knowledge of mortal minds. And there, in the timeless halls where the Valar held their council, he was met by powers greater than any that walked in Middle-earth, His task was not complete, they told him. The ring still existed, the enemy still threatened, and the peoples who depended upon him still had need of his guidance. He was sent back, clothed in a new body and granted new strength, to complete what he had begun. Gandalf awoke upon the peak of Xiraxagil, his old grey robes replaced by garments of purest white. For a time he lay there unmoving, feeling the strange newness of his resurrected form, watching the stars wheel overhead in their eternal dance. He had been gone for many days, he sensed, and the world had continued to turn in his absence. The Fellowship would have moved on, believing him lost. The enemy's plans would have advanced. Every hour that passed brought the final confrontation closer. He needed to descend the mountain to find his companions and resume his appointed task. But his body was weak from its ordeal, not yet fully recovered from the strain of death and rebirth. The slopes of Xiraxagil were treacherous, covered in ice and snow, and he had no supplies, no water, nothing to sustain him on the long journey down. It was then that he remembered his old friend. Reaching out with his thought, Gandalf sent his call across the leagues, seeking the presence that had never failed him in his moments of greatest need. The effort cost him dearly, draining what little strength he had regained, but he persisted, pouring all his will into that single, desperate summons. Far to the north, in the high areas of the misty mountains, Gwaihir the Wind Lord stirred upon his perch. A voice had touched his mind, faint but unmistakable, carrying with it a sense of urgent need. For a moment the great eagle could not believe what his senses told him. That voice had been silenced weeks ago, lost in the dark depths of Moria. Yet here it was again, calling to him from somewhere far to the south. Mithrandir, Gwaihir breathed, his golden eyes widening with wonder. You live. He did not hesitate. Within moments, the Windlord was airborne, his mighty wings carrying him southward with all the speed he could muster. The miles fell away beneath him as he flew, crossing peaks and valleys, rivers and forests, following the thread of Gandalf's call like a beacon in the gathering dawn. He found the wizard upon the summit of Xiraxagil, lying amid the ruins of the final battle. The mountain's peak was scorched and broken, great chunks of rock torn from the living stone, and everywhere lay the marks of fire and fury. And there, pale as death but unmistakably alive, was Gandalf, clothed in white that shone like starlight against the dark stone. Gwaihir landed beside him, his great heart swelling with emotions the eagles rarely showed. Mithrandir, he said softly, I had thought you lost forever. How is this possible? Gandalf smiled, a weary but genuine expression that lifted the shadows from his face. Even I do not fully understand, he admitted, but I've been sent back, Gwaihir, sent back to complete what was begun, and once again it seems I have need of your wings. Gwaihir bore Gandalf down from the frozen peak of Xiraxagil, his great wings beating steadily against the thin mountain air. The wizard was light in his talons, far lighter than he should have been, as though death had stripped away some essential weight from his being. Yet there was a strength in him now that had not been there before, a radiance that seemed to shine from within, making even his exhausted form glow with quiet power. Where shall I bear you, Mithrandir? Gwaihir asked as they descended through the clouds. Rivendell lies far to the north, and I sense that time is precious. Gandalf considered for a moment, his newly sharpened senses reaching out to touch the currents of the world. The Fellowship had passed through Lothlorien, he perceived, guided by the Lady Galadriel through the Golden Woods. They had left the realm of the Elves and were even now journeying down the great river toward destinations unknown. To catch them would require speed beyond even Gwaihir's considerable abilities. Take me to Lothlorien, the wizard said at last. The Lady of the Wood will know what has transpired and what must now be done, and I must recover my strength before I can be of use to anyone. The flight to Lothlorien took the better part of a day, for the realm of Galadriel lay far to the south of Xiraxagil. Gwaihir flew without rest, his great heart driving him onward despite the weariness that pulled at his wings. The wizard in his care had returned from death itself, and the Wind Lord would not fail him now, not when so much depended on what was yet to come. They came to the eaves of the Golden Wood as the sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose. The malorn trees rose before them, like towers of living gold, their leaves catching the dying light and casting it back in 1,000 shimmering reflections. Even Gwaihir, who had seen many wonders in his long life, was moved by the beauty of the place. Gandalf stirred in his grasp, his eyes opening to take in the familiar sight. "Here," he said softly. "Set me down here, at the edge of the wood. The Lady's guardians will find me soon enough." Gwaihir descended in a slow spiral, coming to rest in a clearing where the grass grew soft and green beneath the eaves of the great trees. He released Gandalf gently, watching as the wizard rose to his feet with movements that were slow but steady. The white robes stirred in the evening breeze, and there was a light in Gandalf's eyes that the eagle had never seen there before. "You are changed, Mithrandir," Gwaihir observed, his golden eyes studying the wizard with keen attention. "Not merely your garments, but something deeper, something fundamental." Gandalf nodded, a faint smile touching his lips. "I am what I should have been from the beginning," he said. "What I was sent to be before the long years dimmed my purpose and the weight of this world clouded my sight. Gandalf the Grey is no more. I am Gandalf the White now, and I shall not fail again in my appointed task." The eagle bowed his great head in acknowledgement. "Then I am glad to have served you, Gandalf the White, and I am glad that you have returned to us. The world has need of your light in these dark days." With a final cry of farewell, Gwaihir spread his wings and took to the sky once more. Gandalf watched him go, standing alone at the edge of the golden wood as the stars came out one by one above the treetops. Soon the Elven guardians would come, and he would be brought before Galadriel and Celeborn. There would be much to discuss, much to plan, and precious little time in which to do it. But for this moment, he allowed himself to feel the simple joy of being alive, of standing once more beneath the stars of Middle-earth, with the wind upon his face and the grass beneath his feet. He had been granted a second chance, and he would not waste it. The weeks that followed were filled with activity, as Gandalf recovered his strength and prepared to rejoin the war against Sauron. The Fellowship had been broken, he learned, scattered after an attack by Saruman's Uruk-hai near the Falls of Rauros. Boromir had fallen defending the hobbits Merry and Pippin, and Frodo and Sam had struck out alone toward Mordor, taking the ring with them. Aragorn, Legolas and Gimli had pursued the Uruks across the plains of Rohan, seeking to rescue their captured companions. Gandalf knew where he was needed. The land of Rohan was beset by enemies on every side, its king ensorcelled by Saruman's influence and its people leaderless in the face of growing darkness. If Rohan fell, the line of defence against Mordor would be broken, and the free peoples would be swept away like leaves before a storm. Once more, he called upon Gwaihir to bear him, and once more the faithful Windlord answered. But this time, when they came to the borders of Rohan, Gandalf asked to be set down in a place where he might continue on foot. There was one more thing he needed before he could face what lay ahead. In the depths of Fangorn Forest, he found what he sought. Shadowfax, the greatest of the Maras, the horse princes of Rohan, came to him as though summoned by a power beyond either of their wills. Upon this silver steed Gandalf rode to Edoras, where he freed King Theoden from Saruman's influence and rallied the Rohirrim for the battles to come. The war that followed was terrible in its fury. The hosts of Isengard were defeated at Helm's Deep, broken against the walls of the Hornburg and routed by the unexpected appearance of the Horns from Fangorn. Gandalf stood at the forefront of that battle, his white robes blazing like a beacon of hope amid the carnage, his staff striking down the enemy with bolts of searing light. And when victory was won, he rode to Isengard itself, where he confronted Saruman amid the ruin of his stronghold and broke his staff, casting him from the Order of Wizards. Yet even as these victories were achieved, the true struggle was only beginning. Sauron's assault upon Gondor was imminent, and Minas Tirith, the last great fortress of the West, would soon face the full might of Mordor's armies. Gandalf rode to the White City upon Shadowfax, bringing with him the hobbit Pippin, who had looked into the Palantir and drawn the enemy's attention. There, in the citadel of the kings, he would make his final stand against the darkness. The siege of Minas Tirith was the greatest battle of the Third Age, surpassing even the War of the Last Alliance in its scale and ferocity. Tens of thousands of orcs, trolls and worse creatures poured across the Pelennor fields, their ranks darkening the land like a living shadow. The hosts of Harad came from the south, riding great oliphants that towered above the walls, and at their head came the Witch King of Angmar, Lord of the Nazgul, whose presence alone was enough to break the courage of all but the stoutest hearts. Gandalf held the gate of the city when all others fled, facing down the Witch King himself in a confrontation that shook the very stones of the ancient citadel. The Dark Lord's power was terrible, pressing against Gandalf's defences like a wave of black ice, but the wizard did not yield. He stood firm, buying precious time for the defenders to regroup, until the horns of Rohan sounded upon the wind and the tide of battle began to turn. The coming of the Rohirrim was the first great stroke against the Shadow that day, but it was not the last. As the battle raged across the Pelennor, another force was approaching from the south, the grey ships of the Corsairs sailing up the Anduin with unfurled sails. The defenders of Minas Tirith despaired at the sight, believing that yet more enemies were coming to seal their doom. But it was not the Corsairs who manned those ships. Aragorn, heir of Isildur, had come at last to claim his birthright, leading the Rangers of the North and the freed slaves of Pelargir in a desperate assault upon the enemy's rear, and with him, summoned by means that none could explain, came allies that turned despair to hope. The Eagles came. Gwaihir led his kindred out of the north, answering a call that none had spoken aloud but all had felt in their hearts. They fell upon the flying Nazgul like thunderbolts from a clear sky, their talons rending and their beaks striking with devastating fury. The ringwraiths, for all their terror, could not match the speed and power of the great birds, and one by one they were driven from the field. Gandalf, standing upon the walls of the city, saw them come and felt his heart swell with fierce joy. True to his word, he murmured, watching as Gwaihir himself engaged the fell beast of the Witch King's lieutenant. True to the very end, the Battle of the Pelennor Fields was won, but at a terrible cost. King Theoden of Rohan lay dead upon the field, slain by the Witch King, before the Lord of the Nazgul himself fell to the blade of Eowyn and the courage of the Hobbit Merry. Countless soldiers of Gondor and Rohan had given their lives in the defence of the White City, and the walls themselves bore the scars of the enemy's assault. Yet Minas Tirith still stood, and the banner of the White Tree flew once more above the tower of Ecthelion. Gandalf found Gwaihir in the aftermath of the battle, resting upon a high ledge of the city's outer wall, where the eagles had gathered to tend their wounded. The great bird bore several gashes upon his wings and flanks, tokens of his combat with the fell beasts of the Nazgul, but his eyes were bright with the fierce satisfaction of a battle well fought. "You came," Gandalf said simply, climbing to where the Windlord perched. "When we had most need of you, you came." Gwaihir ruffled his feathers, a gesture that might have been pride or embarrassment or some combination of the two. "Did I not swear that the eagles would answer when the hour of greatest need arrived? This seemed as good an hour as any." Gandalf laughed, a sound of genuine mirth that had been rare in those dark days. "Indeed it did, and your timing, as always, was impeccable." The wizard settled himself upon the stones beside the great eagle, looking out over the field where the dead still lay in heaps upon the trampled grass. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the Pelennor, and already the work of burial and mourning had begun. It was a victory, yes, but the kind of victory that left scars upon the soul. "This is not the end," Gandalf said at length, his voice growing serious once more. "Sauron has lost a battle, but not the war. His armies in Mordor still number in the tens of thousands, and the ringwraiths, though defeated here, will reform in time. Unless the ring is destroyed, all our victories will prove hollow." Gwaihir turned his great head, his golden eyes studying the wizard with keen intelligence. "You speak of the halflings who went into the Black Land. Have you had word of them?" Gandalf shook his head, and for a moment the weight of ages seemed to settle upon his shoulders. "No word. They passed beyond my sight when they entered Mordor, and I have had no tidings since. All I can do is hope and trust that their courage will prove equal to the task." The silence stretched between them, filled with the distant sounds of grief and the closer murmur of the wind among the stones. Then Gwaihir spoke, his voice soft but resolute. "There is something more you would ask of me, Mithrandir. I can feel it in your thoughts. Speak, and if it lies within my power to grant, I will do so." Gandalf turned to face the Windlord, and in his eyes there burned a light that had not been there moments before. "You know me too well, old friend. Yes, there is something more. The Lords of the West have determined to march upon the Black Gate itself, to challenge Sauron directly and draw his eye away from the land within. It is a desperate gambit with little hope of victory, but it may buy the Ringbearers the time they need." "And you would have the eagles join this assault?" Gwaihir said. It was not a question. "I would. not for victory's sake, for I do not think victory can be won by force of arms, but to keep Sauron's attention fixed upon us, to prevent him from looking inward where the true threat to his power approaches, and if by some miracle the ring is destroyed, to aid in whatever comes after." Gwaihir was silent for a long moment, considering the request. The Eagles had fought that day at Gandalf's unspoken call, but what the wizard now asked was something different. It was a commitment to a battle that could not be won, a sacrifice with no certainty of meaning. Yet as he pondered, the Windlord found that his heart had already decided. "We will come," he said at last, "not for hope of victory, but because it is right, because the darkness that threatens Middle-earth threatens us all, and because you are my friend, Mithrandir, that has always been enough." The host of the West marched forth from Minas Tirith 6 days later, a force of some 7,000 strong. It was a pitiful number compared to the legions that Sauron could bring against them, barely enough to defend the walls of a single city, let alone challenge the might of Mordor. Yet they marched with heads high and banners flying, for they knew that their purpose was not to conquer, but to buy time with their lives for the hope that walked unseen in the shadows of the enemy's land. Gandalf rode at the forefront of the host, mounted upon Shadowfax, his white robes gleaming in the pale light. Beside him rode Aragorn, now openly claiming his heritage as the heir of Isildur, bearing the reforged sword Andúril that had once been Narsil. Behind them came the surviving knights of Gondor and Rohan, the Rangers of the North, and a small company of elves from Rivendell who had come to witness the ending of an age. They came to the Morannon, the Black Gate of Mordor, on the 15th day of their march. The great gate stood before them like a wound in the mountains, flanked by the Towers of the Teeth and guarded by hosts beyond counting. The slag hills of the Noman lands stretched before them, desolate and lifeless, and behind the gate the peaks of the Ephel Duath rose like fangs against the blood-red sky. There, upon a small hill before the gate, the captains of the West made their stand. Gandalf and Aragorn rode forward with a small company of heralds, calling upon Sauron to come forth and answer for his crimes. The Dark Lord sent his lieutenant instead, the Mouth of Sauron, who bore tokens that suggested Frodo and Sam had been captured and their quest had failed. But Gandalf, looking into the eyes of that foul messenger, perceived the lie beneath the truth. The tokens were real, taken from the Hobbits at some point on their journey, but the claim of their capture was false. The enemy was uncertain, fearful, and that fear could only mean that the ring was not yet in his grasp. He rejected the lieutenant's terms with words that sent the creature fleeing back to its master, and the battle was joined. The hosts of Mordor poured through the Black Gate like a black tide, overwhelming in their numbers and their fury. Orcs beyond counting, trolls armoured in black iron, Easterlings and Southrons by the thousand, and above them all the circling shadows of the Nazgul upon their fell beasts. The men of the West formed a circle upon their hill and prepared to die. And then the Eagles came. Gwaihir led his kindred out of the north in a great wedge, their wings darkening the sky as they descended upon the battle. They struck the Nazgul first, engaging the ring-wraiths in aerial combat above the heads of the struggling armies. Talons clashed against the scales of fell beasts, beaks tore at shadowy robes, and the screams of the wounded echoed across the plain. Gandalf saw them come and felt hope kindle once more in his heart. But even as he fought, driving back orcs with blasts of white fire from his staff, a part of his mind remained fixed upon the distant peak of Mount Doom. Somewhere within that mountain, 2 hobbits struggled toward their goal, carrying a burden that would crush the greatest heroes of any age. Everything depended upon them now. The battle reached its climax as the sun climbed toward noon. The men of the West were being pressed ever closer together, their numbers dwindling with each passing moment. The Eagles fought valiantly above, but even their strength was not inexhaustible, and the Nazgul seemed to reform no matter how many times they were struck down. Then, with a violence that shook the very foundations of the world, Mount Doom erupted. A pillar of fire shot into the sky, taller than any mountain, brighter than any sun. The ground heaved and buckled as ancient foundations crumbled, and across the Morannon the hosts of Mordor faltered, their wills suddenly broken as the power that had sustained them for so long winked out like a candle in a gale. For the ring was destroyed. Frodo had completed his quest, though not in the manner anyone had foreseen. In the very crack of doom, with the fate of the world hanging by a thread, he had claimed the ring for his own, only to have it taken from him by the creature Gollum, whose obsession had led him to bite off Frodo's finger and tumble with his precious into the fires below. The Nazgul screamed as one and turned from their battle with the eagles, racing toward the mountain as if they might somehow avert their doom. But it was too late. The fire that consumed the ring consumed them as well, and they vanished into the ruin of their master's realm, never to trouble Middle-earth again. Gandalf stood upon the hill, watching as the enemy's armies dissolved into chaos. His heart should have been filled with joy, but instead he felt a cold dread gripping his soul. For Mount Doom was collapsing, the fire spreading across the plain of Gorgoroth, and somewhere in that inferno were two hobbits who had given everything to save a world that would never know their names. "Gwaihir," he called, his voice carrying across the battlefield with a power born of desperate need. "Gwaihir, to me." The Windlord heard the call above the chaos of the collapsing battlefield, above the screams of the dying orcs and the thunder of Mount Doom's eruption. He broke away from his combat with the last of the fell beasts and dove toward the hill where Gandalf stood, his mighty wings carrying him with all the speed his great body could muster. Gandalf was already moving as the eagle approached, climbing the slope toward the clearest stretch of ground. His face was pale with urgency, his eyes fixed upon the distant mountain where rivers of fire were pouring down the slopes into the plain below. "The Ringbearers," he cried as Gwaihir landed beside him. "They are on the mountain. They have destroyed the ring, but they will be consumed by the fires unless we reach them in time." Gwaihir did not hesitate. He called to two of his swiftest kindred, Landroval his brother, and Meneldor the young, and together the three eagles took to the sky. Gandalf did not ask to be carried with them, for he knew that speed was essential and his weight would slow them. Instead, he watched them go, his lips moving in silent prayer to the Valar who had sent him into this world, begging them to grant the eagles the swiftness they would need. The flight to Mount Doom was a journey through the very heart of destruction. The air was thick with ash and smoke, so hot that it seared the lungs and stung the eyes. The ground below was a nightmare landscape of flowing lava and crumbling rock, the ruin of Sauron's realm consuming itself in the absence of his will. Lesser birds would have faltered, would have turned back in the face of such peril. But the great eagles were not lesser birds, and they pressed on through the inferno with grim determination. Gwaihir led the way, his keen eyes piercing the smoke and flame as he searched for any sign of the hobbits. The mountain's peak had collapsed inward, forming a great crater from which fire still belched in sporadic gouts. The slopes were rivers of molten stone consuming everything in their path. It seemed impossible that anything could survive in such a place. And yet, there upon a rocky outcropping just above the advancing lava, two small figures huddled together. They were barely visible through the smoke, their bodies motionless, and for a terrible moment Gwaihir feared they had already perished. But as he drew closer, he saw that one of them stirred, raising a hand as if in farewell to the world above. They lived. Against all odds, against all reason, they lived. Gwaihir folded his wings and dove, plummeting through the choking ash with a speed that would have killed any creature less mighty. The heat was unbearable, pressing against him like a physical force, but he did not slow. At the last possible moment, he spread his wings and swooped low over the outcropping, his talons reaching out to grasp the nearest hobbit. It was Frodo, the Ringbearer himself, and he was barely conscious. His clothes were burned and torn, his face blackened with soot and etched with exhaustion beyond imagining. One hand was wrapped in a bloody cloth, missing its third finger, but he was alive, and that was all that mattered. Landroval came behind his brother, seizing Sam with equal care, and Meneldor circled above, keeping watch for any new dangers that might threaten. Together the three eagles climbed away from the dying mountain, bearing their precious burdens toward the clean air above the smoke and flame. The flight back was slower than the flight in, for the eagles would not risk jostling their passengers with excessive speed. Gwaihir cradled Frodo against his breast, feeling the hobbit's faint heartbeat through the burned fabric of his clothing. The Ringbearer had accomplished what no other creature in Middle-earth could have done. He had carried the ring into the very heart of the enemy's realm and seen it destroyed, though the cost had nearly broken him. They came at last to the field of Cormallen, where Aragorn had established his camp in the wake of victory. Healers rushed forward as the eagles descended, bearing stretchers and bandages, and the hobbits were carried gently away to be tended by the finest physicians of Gondor. Gandalf was there to meet them, his white robes stained with the grime of battle, his eyes bright with tears of joy and relief. "You have done what I could not," he said to Gwaihir as the Wind Lord settled upon the grass. "You have saved them when I could do nothing but hope and pray. How can I ever thank you?" Gwaihir shook his great head, his golden eyes gleaming with something that might have been amusement. "You might try not getting into quite so much trouble in the future," he suggested. "My wings are not as young as they once were, and rescuing wizards and hobbits is tiring work." Gandalf laughed, a sound of pure, uncomplicated joy that rang across the field like the chiming of silver bells. "I shall do my best, old friend, though I make no promises." The days that followed were filled with celebration and mourning, with the honouring of the living and the remembrance of the dead. Frodo and Sam recovered from their ordeal, though both bore scars that would never fully heal. Aragorn was crowned King Elessar of the reunited kingdom, and a new age dawned upon Middle-earth, an age of peace and renewal that would last for many generations. The eagles departed soon after the coronation, returning to their high eyries in the misty mountains. But before he left, Gwaihir sought out Gandalf one final time, finding the wizard standing alone upon a balcony of the White Tower, gazing out over the lands that had been cleansed of shadow at last. "You are leaving," Gandalf said without turning. "I can feel it in the wind." Gwaihir landed upon the balcony's rail, his great talons gripping the stone with practiced ease. "My people have been away from our homes for too long. The mountains call to us and we must answer." Gandalf nodded slowly, his eyes still fixed upon the distant horizon. "I understand, and I thank you, Gwaihir, for all that you have done, not just in these last days, but through all the long years of our friendship. You have been true when others faltered, faithful when others betrayed. I could not have asked for a better ally or a truer friend." The Windlord was silent for a moment, considering his words. "And I thank you, Mithrandir, for showing me that even the mightiest of the eagles can learn from those who walk upon the ground. You have taught me much about courage and sacrifice, about hope and perseverance. When the histories of this age are written, your name will shine brighter than any other." Gandalf turned at last to face his old friend, and in his eyes there was a sadness that the victory had not been able to dispel. "The time of the Elves is ending," he said softly, "and with it the time of the Istari. Soon I will be called to leave these shores, to return to the undying lands from whence I came. We may not meet again in this world, Gwaihir." The eagle bowed his great head, accepting this truth with the grace that was his nature. "Then let us part as we have always met," he said, "as friends who have walked through shadow together and emerged into light. Go with my blessing, Gandalf the White, and may the winds of Manwë bear you safely home." They stood together in silence as the sun set over the mountains, wizard and eagle, two servants of the Valar, who had given everything in defence of the world they loved. And when at last Gwaihir spread his wings and took to the sky, Gandalf watched him go until even his keen eyes could no longer make out the great bird's form against the darkening heavens. 2 years later, when the time came for Gandalf to take ship from the Grey Havens, he thought he saw a great winged shape circling high above the harbour. Whether it was truly Gwaihir or merely a trick of the light, he never knew. But he raised his hand in farewell nonetheless, honouring a friendship that had endured through the ages and would endure still in memory if not in flesh until the ending of the world. And so concludes the tale of Gandalf and the Great Eagles, of Gwaihir the Wind Lord and the bond of loyalty that saw them through the darkest days of Middle-earth. It is a tale of sacrifice and salvation, of trust earned and debts repaid, of two kindreds bound together by purpose and affection in the long war against shadow. Let it be remembered in the halls of the wise and sung by the bards of ages yet to come, that when the free peoples faced their greatest peril, they did not face it alone. The eagles came, as they had always come, and their wings bore hope into the heart of darkness itself. For such is the power of friendship, and such is the legacy of those who give themselves in service to a cause greater than their own lives. Thus ends this tale, as it was told in the high places where the wind sings among the peaks, where the eagles still dwell and still remember the wizard who walked among them as a friend.